Good morning. Welcome to the Kefri Institute's first annual Translocal Afrofuturism Network. We are physically with you in Indianapolis, Indiana, and some of our guests have traveled far and wide to be here, and others are here locally, and some are here virtually, right? So we're going to begin this morning. I'm Cherie Renee Thomas. I'm an Afrofuturist editor and writer. I have been traveling these spaceways, as Sumra has said, since the 1990s. Started my journey at Random House as an editor, working on multicultural fiction and literature and nonfiction. Did my own literary journal with one of my teachers and best friends. It was called Anansi, Fiction of the African Diaspora. Went on to research and edit Dark Matter, a century of speculative fiction from the African diaspora, which was 100 years of Black speculative fiction, including for the very first time the work of W.E. Du Bois discussed and introduced as science fiction, as well. And I ended up going on to publish two of his stories, The Comet and Jesus Christ in Texas, in the second volume of Dark Matter. And they have since found other stories. So that's a whole nother journey. The Dark Matter collections won the World Fantasy Awards, and I was the first Black writer to win that award since its inception in 1975. I'm a co-editor of Africa Risen, a new era of speculative fiction with Ogenichowe Donald Ekpeke and Zelda Knight, and so many other great things. But this is the world that I've been in. And I'm so happy to also be a part of community work and also spaces in which people are taking speculative fiction and using it for amazing things. So you're going to meet some of those great people. And our very first person for this morning is Kayla Austin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kayla Austin here in Indianapolis. I am the executive director of the Southside U.S. Colored Troops Coalition. We are a grassroots organization based out of the Southeast Quadrant here, representing 6 neighborhoods and over 200 descendant families of the U.S. Colored Troops, which are the African American soldiers from the Civil War, still living on their original properties from the Reconstruction era. I guess it's always easiest to introduce the story like kind of how we started. I'm actually, my background is as a painter. And in 2021, I was commissioned to do a public art and oral history program archiving the history of our neighborhood on the Southeast side, as it is about to inevitably change. The community, the city opened the community justice campus, a 140-acre, $1 billion jail complex inside of our neighborhood. And at the same time, I'm interviewing our neighbors. You know, I grew up on the South Side and was just really curious about who we were and who we were going to become with the jail opening. One of the first interviews I did was with Miss Lenora Frazier. She just passed away this last Friday at 95. And when you do an oral history, you ask, who are you, how'd you get here, where'd you come from? And she said, you know, my grandfather escaped slavery at 13 years old, founded this church on the corner, joined the U.S. Colored Troops, and then founded this church on the corner in 1889. And I said, okay, the South Side is known for the Klan, right? Black people in Indianapolis know good and well they don't go below Washington Street, because in the 1920s, Indianapolis was the home of the revival of a Klan in Irvington, less than a mile away from Norwood, the primary neighborhood of our research. And so I was like, wow, this doesn't make any sense. Why are the colored troops here? So I asked the rest of the neighborhood, and they say, oh, Miss Lenora is nothing special. We're all the colored troops here. And in the first 200 lots, we found 30 descendant families living on their original properties. And if you look at the attached 600 lots, there are an additional 40 descendant families, making them one of the oldest and most stable Black neighborhoods in the United States, surrounded by the Klan on 4 sides. When we started this program, there was no history of our neighborhood in the state archives or the historical society, the museums here in town. And we've been able to revive this story simply from the archives of the elders still living in this community. Um, since 2021, we have found about between 40 and 50 elders, between 90 and 110, and quite a few of them still living on their original properties from the Civil War period. Um, in the last, you know, 3.5, almost 4 years, we have become one of the most effective heritage preservation campaigns in the country. Really working not only to stop the gentrification that's coming through our neighborhood from the jail, but to ensure that we have a place where we've always been to continue to tell our future. Yep, I'm gonna end it there. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. So the work that you've been doing is historical excavation, right? And doing that root work. Are you also creating oral histories and stories and such? Do you have your mind set on a project or a public way of sharing some of the information that you've been able to uncover?
We have actually been working really closely with the Indianapolis Parks, Indy Parks Department right now. In 2022, we found out that the city was planning to build the morgue inside of our neighborhood. So instead of in the 140 acres north of Prospect Street on the south side of the street where our homes are, a 40-acre morgue that was also going to hold evidence storage for IMPD and the work camps for the jail. So we advocated really hard to get that canceled. Um, and it was, I mean, we had a meeting with the city that was pretty heated between the descendants in the city where they came in and showed the designs for the morgue. Um, and I think maybe the city got 15 minutes into that presentation before it was completely shut down. Uh, at the end of the meeting, the city canceled the morgue project and instead donated it to Indy Park. Um, over the course of our research on the site, we found out that the Hardrick property, the property had been the home of John Wesley Hardrick, who was one of our first Harlem Renaissance painters here in Indianapolis, who shared a studio with Hale Woodruff up until he left for Paris to be trained in Europe. Um, we found out that it was the home of a Lenape orchard forest, a Delaware Indian orchard forest named Minocqua. And when we reached out to the tribe, we were able to confirm that the oral histories from our descendants lined up pretty exactly with the records from the Lenape of what they would have planted in their orchard forest. Um, we found out that it was a site on the Underground Railroad, formerly owned by Calvin Fletcher of Fountain Square, who was an abolitionist and conductor on the Underground Railroad, and that it was the actual intersection of the big four railroads, which make us the crossroads of America, one of the largest train depots outside of New York City. So using kind of this multi-layered history, we've been working with the descendants of the U.S. colored troops, the Fletcher family, uh, the Lenape tribe, um, and I think one other major group that I can recall right now, to redesign this site as a commemorative place for us to all tell our collective stories together, because the South Side before the rise of the Klan would have been home of one of the largest abolitionist movements in the U.S. And we had a lot of allies on the South Side that allowed us to tell our stories uh, and stay rooted in place. If we're also talking about rooting, we found Samson Levingston, who does walking tours in Indianapolis, found the U.S. Colored Troop Witness Tree. Um, located in Fountain Square behind Arthur's Music Store. If you're familiar with the area, Arthur's is a 75-year-old music store that sits at the end of where the colored troop camp would have been. And when Sampson was building our tour for Fountain Square, he went into the music store and said, "Hey, any cool black stuff here?" And she said, "Oh, now that you mention it, Miss Laura," but "oh, now that you mention it, this tree in our backyard was planted by the U.S. colored troops to commemorate themselves um, when the war started. They had already had the tree age dated. It was 160 years old, and the troops turned 160 last year. We brought out the National African American Civil War Museum back in May, and they said that the U.S. colored troop, our witness tree behind Arthur's Music, might be the only U.S. colored troop witness tree in the United States. There are only 5 sites left. We make 6. Uh, so it's pretty spectacular stuff that people have been able to keep here. We have been working, the proprietor of Arthur's Music has agreed to sell us that site if we can raise the funds. And if that happens, we'll be able to turn it into a Black Art and Heritage Center. Um, that helps us reclaim this Black history in the Southeast Quadrant. So those are our public sites are intended to be parks, and particularly figuring out how do we tell this story to children in artful and fun and engaging ways so that they can carry these stories into the future.
Sounds fantastic. It's like you have been going on intersecting roads of history. You have the archival work that you're doing. I imagine you have so many photographs or letters and so many primary sources that you've uncovered in your research. It looks like you have also done interviews with people. You've reached out to public institutions locally and beyond. I just found out doing my own genealogy research that we have a color troop um, member in our family as well that we had no idea about. So that was amazing to find out. Um, you have the possibility of creating new parks here in Indianapolis that can preserve and protect that history and legacy and keep it available for people. I'm so glad you were able to shut down the morgue project. Our communities are always the first place that they choose to place these kinds of public institutions and things like that that are not necessarily bringing positive energy and forces to the community. Um, Fundraising. My question to you is what is your need right now and how can people support you? Even if you have like 10 different ones, I know you have to try to figure out how to prioritize it. How can people support you? Because that is what we are here for, to build community, to add to the community that you've already worked so diligently to create, and to see how we can concretely support your efforts, even if it's volunteering. Um, Let us know. And if you need to think on it, that's great too. And let people know how they can reach out to you or where they can find you.
Yeah, we have been incredibly grassroots for the last um, 3.5, almost it's 4 years in March. Um, we worked really hard, and we are now fiscally sponsored by CICF, which is the Central Indiana Community Foundation, which is like one of our largest donor advised funds in the Midwest. If you like to make a fiscal donation, it would go to CICF with the memo line, the Southside U.S. Colored Troops Coalition. It fingers crossed by the end of the year, we will be launching the first phase of our website, southsideusdt.org, where we will have a space to kind of begin pulling all of our partners and descendants together into like a single space so that we can start real intentional communication. Um, like I said, we have 200 families in Indianapolis, and we have had families reach out to us from Australia and South Africa and Chile and Germany, all saying, hey, I'm from Norwood and I'd love to talk to you guys about it. So on there, we will have kind of a Dropbox system that will allow people to send us their information so that we can come and help them archive. Um, I think one of the best ways to really engage with our program is to research yourself. We've had a couple of members of KI who, after sitting in our workshop, this boy behind you, found out that they were descendants of the U.S. colored troops themselves, and have a deep buy-in on the project now. Um, and I think that we don't do enough to, well, it's not really an essay. Black people are migrants in their own nation, and we are encouraged to forget. Um, And I think that one of the largest forms of resistance you can do is refusing. But you got to talk to your grandma.
Thank you for that reminder. It's important to not only talk to your grandma while you still can, but record her laughter. Record her laughter so you'll have that later to comfort you. Yeah, we that is an important thing as well. We also have another person here who is from that community. Yeah, yes, you know all that. Yeah.
Hi, Mr.
So
Crenshaw.
and of course, the Kefra Afrofuturist in residence, Maurice Broadus has written about that community as well. And you're going to tell us what book that's from?
The story is called The Norwood Trouble, and you can find that in the Out There Screaming anthology edited by Jordan Peele.
Edited by, who is that again?
Edited by Jordan Peele.
We went out to do a digitization campaign in Denver with the Hardrick family, and we were working with their public library there. And when they found out this little tidbit about Maurice's story, they were like, "Oh, you mean the colored troops and the magic out there in Indianapolis? That's you guys?" And we said, "Yeah, that's us." And they said, "Well, why don't you lead with that?" We too much story to tell.
Charles, want to make a comment?
No, I met Kayla after the fact, and she had information about the community. And actually, Miss Fenora, I talked with my childhood friend who grew up on Orange Street in Norwood proper. I grew up across the railroad tracks in Lovetown, but he knew Miss Fenora from when he was a kid, and we're both out 73 years old. But the I've been my interest is anybody from my family or his family part of the colored troops, and we talked about that, and so that's something that that I want to investigate, and so yeah, that's anyway. I'm writing a novel, and in there, Lovetown is in there, so and explains Lovetown, Norwood, Barrington, all one big conglomerate with the clan around, etc.
Yeah, well, let's do your genealogy sometime soon and we'll find out in like 3 hours. So
I have 23andMe, Ancestry. I got I when they first
I
came out,
got it all.
yeah, I got the whole deal. So it's like whatever we can do to whatever resources you have where we can match up stuff, like I'm game.
Yeah. We're one of the descendants of Miss Donna Stokes Lucas, who runs the African American genealogy group for the state of Indiana. So we'll do another workshop with her, teach you guys how to do it. That's another really big part of our program is intentionally training the descendants on how to do these things themselves. There's no promise that like any one of us is going to be around forever. So really kind of creating actionable steps, not only to preserve their own history, but to advocate with the city to continue to protect them.
So for some reason, I do not have a hard copy of all of what you just said. And I've seen it. I've seen my first cousin. I was riding with her out of town. Where'd you get this? She goes like, oh, well, do you know Madonna Richardson? Okay, so
Yeah.
that's a relative. Okay, and Titchy, she's a relative, and so why don't I have a copy of this? You know, because there's things. You know, you said clan on 4 sides. I knew clan on 2 sides, and you said 4 sides, and I'm going, okay, Beech Grove. My daddy told me don't go in there. That's Little Alabama. Don't go there. You know, not at night.
Mhm.
And I have been in that area when I was younger, going to karate practice, and been trailed down the street being called nigger. You know, so it's like, okay, well, this is why he called it Little Alabama. Okay, and it's changed now, but nonetheless.
But I'd like for everybody to know that Kayla has organized her community to know, to just speak on it, but she has organized the community. And I just always feel if we go as people who want to gather information, who want to make it available, if we don't get out there in the community with the people that we're doing it for and work with them on how to become their own agents of empowerment. So Kayla has organized every second and fourth Saturday since what, November last year?
Mhm.
She
Yep.
has had the community. She makes sure she's there from 11 to 2. And then when she started traveling, she hired a fella. And Otay is there every second and fourth Saturday to work with the community. They know this information to tell them, hey, listen, bring your grandma's stuff. Let's see what you can keep it at your house. We just want to take a picture of everyone to help you understand how to. So I'm just saying that each one teach one. Kayla has put in that extra work on top of having displays in the Washington, D.C. History of African American culture and in history. So I really appreciate this young woman just putting in the work in the community. So just wanted to shout out some kudos.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. And this
Paula.
is, oh, thank you, Kayla Austin. And thank you so much, Mrs. Fair. Part of the work of being an Afrofuturist in real time, which is what I admire so much about the Keffer Institute, as well as some of the other people that you're going to meet today, is that it is that time and care that's spent putting practical information in the hands of people. So we don't need to wait for technology to clone. We are cloning our own wisdom, ancestral wisdom. It's the ancestral intelligence, the AI that we need. And this is a Sankofa approach. Someone may ask, why are we looking at the past, right, in the conversation about the Afro future? But the concept of Ghanaian concept of Sankofa, which is the sense that you, in order to build a future worth living in, right, and worth being in, you must understand your past so that you can truly analyze and protect yourself in the present and deal with present challenges and build for that future. So there is a multiple time aspect to this. So thank you. We are going to continue on again. If you would like to get in touch with Kayla Austin, Kayla, if you could put some information in the chat, if you have access to that, that would be great. Or we will share it later on the Kefra, Kefra.org. I was told that I need to use the correct metanetter pronunciation.
Kefra.
Oh, they're saying Kefra. Oh.
Didn't do vowel sounds. I guess they were just intuitive into the word. And so, in fact, we cheated when we put the E on.
To give a little clue, yeah.
Okay.
Well, first of all, what was that about AI again? Did you say African intelligence? Ancestral. I'm gonna borrow that one. Now how you pronounce Capra, of course, depends on how country you are. So be as country as you want to be. But but we actually added E back early days of internet, and Kepler that was being spelled without the E had already, the domain had already been acquired. So being the creative people we are, we said, well, let's add E. So
I know you're going to get a little etymology and letter this morning. You do all the things. All right. So our next speaker is Dr. Ronaldo Anderson, who is a person I have known, I think has it been since what, 2015 or 16?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Planet Deep South, right
The
around there.
funny story, yes, long story short, I had just learned how to legally drive because I've been a New Yorker for many years. So I'm on my first road trip to Mississippi from Memphis, from my home in Memphis, and I'm barreling down and I make it to Jackson State University and I wasn't sure what to expect. John Jennings had asked me to come and it was fantastic. I had an amazing time and we've been collaborators and conspirators of hope ever since then. Dr. Anderson is, of course, taught for at least 2 decades at Harris Stowe University, HBCU, a product of Jackson State University himself, as was his father, as is one of his daughters, his amazing daughters. And he and Dr. Anderson, his wife, are in Philadelphia, and he is a professor at Temple University in the Africology department. He is the co-founder with John Jennings of the Black Speculative Arts Movement, which has community chapters, grassroots chapters around the country, started in St. Louis during the Ferguson challenges. Some of those protesters were his students. So he has been in the community on many levels. And of course, the chapters are around the world. Our largest chapter is in Brazil, led by Zyka Santos. And there are about 200 members. He just left Canada as well, with the wonderful people there with Quentin, who is a wonderful artist. And he's going to tell us more today. So, Dr. Anderson, I hope I did you justice. Just a little bit of your CV.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to thank the KEPRA for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to the organization at this marvelously planned event. Yeah, I'm going to speak in a somewhat casual tone, even though somewhat serious, because we're in a serious time at this moment. As Cherie knows, the last several years I've been traveling around the world helping to build community in the Afrofuturist zone, and there's not too many places where we're doing well. I picked this topic today where I'm talking about ancestral intelligence and AI and Afrofuturism and how they intersect. Because since our own emancipation, roughly 150 years ago, we've gone through existential change around identity twice previously. Two previous times before right now. One was in the 1920s during the era of what they called the New Negro. And then roughly 50 years after that, we entered the Black Arts Movement, Black Power movement, Civil Rights era, where our worldview changed again. And now we're in the midst of another one. And this is the first one probably within our lifetimes where we're moving from this unipolar world into a multipolar one, where a lot of things that we were born with, ideas, concepts, and institutions are going away simply because they either do not fit into what is coming or they have to transition into what is coming. And it's going to be very uncomfortable for a lot of people to make that change, because as much as people talk about change, most human beings don't like change that much. Now, to understand where Afrofuturism is, and hopefully the slides that I have sent you, you can go along with the conversation. Understanding Afrofuturism. Afrofuturism really kind of emerged at least conceptually, out of what the world, the seeds that were planted for this moment, planted a generation ago. You know, with the emergence of the end of the Cold War, the emergence of the internet as a tool for people to exchange ideas and information, and people like Cherie uh, and others helped launch a listserv to share the ideas. And those ideas became seeds that, even though they seemed like they lay dormant for a while, they would sprout later. I know in terms of some of the work that Cherie did in her book, Dark Matters, and other essays and thoughts at the time. And then it seemed like it went away for a while. But then when it went away for a while, they sprouted up roughly a little over a decade ago, and with the appearance of the work people like the artist and thinker Yatasha Womack's book. And then I recall when John and I, during the first Obama administration, exchanged email. And they could go to the next slide, please. That we decided to take a trip to Paris to share our thoughts and ideas on what Afrofuturism and design and art would look like for the UNESCO conference. And then once we returned from Paris overseas, that's really where a lot of this started taking off with the Astro Blackness meetings and other meetings that we had around the country. And those meetings peaked in that format roughly around 2015 with the Ferguson is the Future conference at Princeton and the co-curated exhibition that John and I put together at the Schomburg called Unveiling Visions. And I kind of think I compare those years of roughly a decade ago, similar to when the civil rights movement started out with the Niagara movement, you know, when it was still kind of where you got a lot of these creative people together to really kind of organize that for the new era that they were in. Uh, Next slide, please. When we were, after Ferguson is the Future and Unveiling Visions, this is where I think a lot of the artists and creatives involved with Afrofuturism a decade ago did not want that those kind of meetings and programming to stop. Hence, following the end of the Schomburg exhibition, we launched in me with a lot of other people, because I always tell, that's why I use the term co-founder. I mean, I didn't do this by myself. People in the movement decided, okay, let's formalize this and start taking it together to see where this goes. And following a couple of meetings that an event we had in St. Louis, then we had one in Philadelphia. Then our first international event was in Canada. And since the Canadian meeting, we're now in 12 countries where we have events regularly. And as Cherie mentioned earlier, our largest chapter is down in Brazil. It's very thriving. Just last week, I was in Canada with the Astro Sankofa contingent of the movement at the capital, Ottawa. And we have a major event coming up that some of the people that are on this call are going to be attending in Amsterdam the first week in December. So the Afrofuturist movement is growing, and it's really important time that we need it. Afrofuturism is a meta-modern philosophy. Meta-modern meaning that you will borrow concepts, ideas from the past, negotiate those ideas with the present, and attempt to forecast a future. So meta-modern approach allows and influences how people of African descent locate themselves in time and space with agency. Okay. So with Afrofuturism, and it's not an accident since the Afrofuturist movement has been going, you've had all these other concepts. All of a sudden, these other groups are coming up with their own perspectives on futurism in terms of how they want to see themselves. And it's not an accident that all these groups started and other ethnic groups and cultures started thinking like that, because the world that we were born into that was dominated by a particular group and other groups of people is unraveling at the moment. And this is impacting um, economics, politics, and it's coinciding with the change even with the climate. So people are trying to rethink, how do I plan for the people who are not even here yet? And we know that we've done this before, because at the end of the Civil War, the African American troops, there were a lot of them that used their last paycheck to found colleges and schools. They were planting seeds for trees they knew they would never sit under the shade for, or rooms that they know they would never sit in. But they were planning for their when they became ancestors, they were planning for their future people in our community that weren't even born yet. And that is something that we need to revisit and rethink, because too much of the community spends too much energy trying to be accepted by people that despise them. And so, similar to what the Black Panther Party did, the Afrofuturist movement and organizations like Kepler are really like our survival programs to figure out how to navigate this moment we're in. Next slide, please. This idea of ancestral intelligence. One of the people most prominent in the last 100 years who inspires that is Zora Neale Hurston. When we're talking about how concepts similar to the aforementioned, previously mentioned concept of Sankofa, how do we go back and get it and then bring it forward and then apply it to what we're doing? We know she does this with art, and she was an anthropologist, marvelously trained anthropologist, and connect with the continent of origin where our ancestors came from. Africa is the only continent where perhaps 1/3 of the population connected to that continent exists outside the continent because of what some people call the disaster or the Ma'afa that happens during the transatlantic slave trade and the Arab slave trade, to where now we are scattered all around the world. And now we are, however, regarded as the 6th region of the African Union. And in every region of, whether it's the 6th region, 2nd region, all over the world, we are on the defensive at the moment with the changes coming in the world, the violence and the destruction. However, there are hopeful signs that within a generation, some of this will be resolved. However, with ancestral intelligence, when we begin to, whether you draw the information from the archival evidence of Kemet or the archival evidence of the West African kingdoms that preceded what we understand now to be the modern nation states in Africa. One thing that people of African descent have always been consistently is preparing for the future and for those that were not there. And they understood their relationship to their environment, to each other, and they did not think in these kind of Western-oriented silos way of thinking. They had to think holistically about not just themselves. They had to think of it family, extended family, kith and kin, members of their ethnic group, and how it related to the world and to the unseen. And I think some of those values, philosophies, when we revisit them, they help anchor us in the midst of a reality that sometimes does not seem to make sense sometimes. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about artificial intelligence, in the last several years, I think one of the Afrofuturist thinkers who's really good and pioneered the thinking on this is Natrice Gaskins, who talks about the emergence of it in her work. However, AI, particularly if you read books, if you visit books like Sophia Noble's book on algorithms of oppression, these algorithms are developed primarily by non-African peoples. They are geared towards one thing in terms of how to influence our culture, how to influence our politics, how to influence our consumption. And I put this part of this presentation together because the world is moving so swiftly now. AI is going to reduce the overhead and cost related to production of films and art and other type of products that are designed to create a certain type of society within a decade. I believe the founder of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, said last year, within 1 year or a few years, no, within few years, you will not know the difference between what is real and what is not real. And when we were at the United Nations here recently, it was announced at the United Nations that the #1 target for AI and deep fakes within 1 year is going to be Black women. And these platforms will be launched from Pakistan and Russia. I believe they will be launched to disrupt the political solidarity or cultural solidarity of Black women. We are witnessing it now with how they are micro-targeting Black men in relation to the election. I believe there's a case now in California where the state of California is trying to limit or make deep fakes illegal, and it is being challenged by a conservative institution, the law that California is trying to pass. However, we're going to have to use our ancestral intelligence to master AI because this is still, the programming is still based upon language and what their creators infuse into the programming. And we're going to have to figure out what this looks like. There are a few organizations already that are Black owned and controlled dealing with this, like Latimer. I know recently our department has come to an agreement where the 200 or 300 dissertations that the African American and Africology department has produced the last couple of decades are now going to be used by Latimer to build that knowledge base, that Afrocentric and Africological knowledge base, fusing this Africana intelligence with the AI to develop and promote our own archives that are influenced by our thinking and our ideas and our philosophies. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about this fusion of Afrofuturism and ancestral intelligence and AI, how are we going to make AI work in our own interest? A recent writer for the New York Times, Thomas Friedman, put a book out several years ago called Welcoming People to the Age of Acceleration. And what they mean by this age of acceleration, we are going to be the first humans in history having to navigate a convergence of events. Climate change, the changes in capitalism, the demographic shifts in the world, climate migration, and also emerging pandemics that will continue to flourish simply because of what remains of globalization, the way they can circulate the world swiftly. Now, any one of those things is enough to bring down a civilization, but there is no record of a civilization surviving those 5 things at the same time. So people are going to have to be augmented in a certain way, the same way you use your GPS in your car, the same way you use your phone to handle business. We are going to be augmented to deal with all of these changes simply because of the rapid rate of change that's occurring. So this fusion of how our communities locate what is in their own self-interest is the challenge that people will be fighting for over the next 10 years. And by 2035, you could say the software is going to be baked in by then, and we're going to be in competing. I think the shift is going to happen. It's going to be, for those who are present and hearing my voice, this is going to be as big a deal between the changes that happened, how we looked in 1965 to 1975 and even more in relation to identity. But those people who are unmoored from their identity or dislocated from their identity are almost going to seem like strangers to us, some of them, because when you have rapid change, there are some people that are not going to necessarily adapt unless they choose to try and find a way to unplug from the world. But as modern humans, we are certainly dependent on we're dependent on certain pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and technology just to exist. So that'll be up to how each individual negotiates that. And we have to get past this point rapidly, because what is upon us rapidly is the biotech era. This part of the change will be done within several years in terms of this AI ancestral and Afrofuturist fusion, because biotech and that level of augmentation will be here also in a major way in the next several years. Next slide, please. So these practical implementations in terms of what is this going to look like? I know the U.S. State Department has already informed its employees that they will be augmented with AI within here. And they announced that several months ago, because the rapidity of what is going on in foreign events now, the AI helps them interpret certain concepts very swiftly. The other practical implementations however, are archiving our own knowledge in the context of AI that will also help us in our decision making. I want to think of it kind of like that movie that came out a few years ago called The Green Book, or where maybe some of our parents or grandparents, the Green Book, you knew where to travel and where not to go around the country as you were moving around. I think the AI is going to help us in particular with the survival mode, in terms of locating, how to locate and relocate our economics, locate political allies and friends, and give us advice on a host of other issues that I'm not even thinking about at the present moment. And that's happening right now. People are researching this. Next slide, please. So in conversation, that's a slide, that picture there from my friend Jean-Pierre Bocolo. He's a Cameroonian filmmaker, and he put that movie out well over a decade ago, Los Sonientes, which is kind of dealing with a contemporary African city and technology and augmentation, and a couple of women who are also vampires. And I recommend that you all check out the movie if you're available from whichever platform it's streaming from. And one of the things that's happening now in terms of case studies, and as it's emerging, when I was in Yaoundé, Cameroon a couple years ago, and I gave my presentation at the Tola conference. I talked about the need for this combination of using African intelligence with AI and self-defense, and how this would they be able to protect their societies by using at the time I called the drones, I said, I gave the name African killer bees. And this was before the Ukrainian war had started in terms of what's happening. And so this idea of using African culture to defend yourself, because European powers used to be able to overpower African countries because they had the ability to build warships and technology that would overwhelm the local population. However, now, for the first time in a few hundred years, that shift is changing. For example, I am also a Marine Corps veteran. I used to be stationed on the USS Blue Ridge as a part of the 7th Fleet. There is no country in the world, there are only about 3 that can stop an American carrier task force. However, that reality maybe is being reassessed now, because if a country, for a relatively inexpensive price that you can get from a store, assembles 10,000 drones, an aircraft carrier might be able to knock down several thousand of them, but some of those drones are going to get through. And then all of a sudden, $100 billion carrier is taken out of the picture by a small country with a budget of maybe just a few $1,000,000 launching thousands of drones. And this is shaking up the geopolitical order at the moment. And that's kind of what have you heard what this group called the Houthis are doing out of Yemen, blocking trade going up through the Red Sea. And so this is this is why the world that we were born into, and that's just the supply chain side of the argument, is unraveling. The world is reorganizing around capital. It's responding to the challenge of the BRICS countries that are trying to put together an alternative system in opposition to what is happening in the West. And so this is evolving around currency, culture, histories, and so forth and so on, all at the same time, and technology. For the first time since the era of perhaps the Mongol or the Huns, the North Koreans now have an army sitting over in Europe at the Ukrainian border. So stuff that has not happened in history for 1,000 years is now happening in terms of the changing world order. And it's happening more rapidly than they're even sharing with us on the news. Next slide, please. So what are our challenges going forward? I know a lot of people are nervous about what may happen in the next 10 days around the election. And there's stuff to be concerned about, because our people don't really understand what fascism is. They do not understand that this is not like racism or the Ku Klux Klan maybe getting power or whatever. This is, they're trying to bring in the emergence of an ethno-state, and some of the things that we haven't heard in 100 years around race science that are making its way back into our political discourse. And this goes back to, that is really what is this metaphysics of fear that is driving the majority population at the moment. This fear of what some of them call replacement theory, because of what Lathrop Stoddard wrote in a book over 100 years ago called The Rising Tide of Color. This is deeper than policy. Based upon climate migration, declining birth rates, and other issues, there are certain countries like Germany, Italy, and others, by the end of this century, they're saying there will only be roughly about 5 million of ethnic German descent, and Italy is worse off simply because they just stopped having children to a certain extent, and and they never did have a millennial generation over there. You know, Americans, when we talk about millennials, we're the only country that really had a sizable millennial generation. Other countries, the last generation that they had were their boomers. So in a lot of these countries, their talent, particularly in Germany, Russia, or whatever, is in its 50s. You know, the youngest ones with talent, which is why they're trying to import, like for instance, Germany just made a deal to import roughly 250,000 Kenyans to help support their economic infrastructure. So we're going to have millions of people moving across borders, which then leads to this hostility towards the other. And so a lot of populations don't know how to deal with this. The appearance of people who are different from them, of different languages and cultures and religions, and it's leading to what I'm afraid of. A lot of us on this call remember what happened in Rwanda when you had ethnic groups fighting each other. So imagine an inter-ethnic conflict empowered by AI within a few years. And when we know the Rwandan conflict happened just with radio and machetes. So uh, the country is nervous. The Western society is nervous, and the spirit of the world just seems to be moving in a very autocratic direction. But we understand from our ancestral and Sankofa intelligence that we have more to work with now than our ancestors did 100 years ago, and we're not weak. I think it just comes to the point where organizations like Kepra and others just have to put the information in our people's hands, and they will figure out what to do with it. And I think now is that time where we need to start doing some of our best work and put it out there and keep scattering those seeds for those trees and shades and institutions that we may never sit in. I would like to thank Kepra for inviting me to be a speaker. And if you have any questions, I will entertain them at this time. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say that the thing you mentioned about the migration and things like this, I went to Italy in 1996, and I I'm coming from India where I had been living, and I wasn't dressed, for success. I was dressed as a traveler. I get off the I get off the plane. I go to pass the passport place like this, and I get to where I'm going to exit, and officials grab me under my arm, one on under each arm, and take me over the side and say, "Show us your passport and open the luggage." And I'm going, "Huh?" And so I open my luggage and I pull out my blue eagle, and they go, "Oh, he's an American," and they just kind of, get him out of here. And I'm from that thing. Then I said, they did their neo-colonialist thing in Libya and stuff like this, and they imported people into Italy, and here I am now, and they were having a problem with back then with people coming from some of their places that they had colonialized, and I'm looking like one of them, and so they're going like, "Oh, this is some brother. We don't want this guy here, but I was an American, so I got a pass." So that what you said made me think about that, because that's happening now. I'm surprised you said that the Germans are bringing Kenyans or whatever you said there. And I'm going, okay. When I pass through Germany on my way to India, I'm looking at black folks. I'm going, "Oh Lord, how can you be here and be generational when Hitler was here?" I'm going, "Oh my God." So things you said are going, 1996. I mean, I'm seeing this whole thing that you're saying and going like, this is Interesting.
Um, it's been going on for some time, and Lathrop Stotter's thesis was in his book, The Rising Tide of Color. I think you can read it free online. It's out of print. His central thesis is said that the darker world can never beat them militarily, but the one thing that could be their downfall would be migration and miscegenation and that kind of thing is the only thing that could really uh, defeat the West in terms of intermarriage and that kind of stuff. And now, 100 years later, they're seeing it happening, and they're just not dealing with it well. And that's why they are. You see in a particular type of politics arise up that has not been seen in several generations. And I think that um, people don't understand how cruel. See, one of the things that I remember when I was in the Marine Corps, we went to a certain country where people were really hungry. Most Americans, they've never seen desperate, and they don't know what desperate people will do um, around food and survival, and they can't conceive of that. And so, and because the average, the 60% of Americans are out here navigating the world roughly with a middle school level of understanding in terms of education and information. And they are going to, and when people don't know something and they don't understand it, then they make decisions based upon fear. And that is what is driving American politics and much of the politics around the world at the moment is fear. So we're just going to see the ugly side of human nature here in the near term until some of these things get sorted out.
Uh, well, thank you. Very thought provoking. More questions than I have than have time to ask at this point. But um, you made me think of a couple of authors that came to mind as you were speaking on this issue of ethnic race fear, I guess, of uh, population, et cetera. One is Michael Bradley's The Iceman Inheritance, and of course, Francis Cress Wessling, The Color Crest Theory, and the
Mm-hmm.
ISIS Papers.
Yeah.
But um, two questions. One is you talked about the unseen and being able to gather information, if you will, from the unseen. And I'm just curious, since we live in a world that heavily emphasizes the rational as the only way of knowing, are there any practice or suggestions that you have to assist us in recapturing our abilities to see the unseen as it manifests itself in the present? And the second question is the relationship between nation state and corporate capitalism and this tension between, uh, dare I say, profitability globally and nation states trying to protect their state interest.
Okay, when I'm talking about the unseen, I am talking about, in particular, the Abrahamic faith traditions have been very destructive for people of African descent. Because at their foundation, they are all fundamentally anti-Black. Whether you're talking about Judaism, Islam, or Christianity. Um, However, there is a lot of information now that suggests that our what they call in acronym ATR, African traditional religions, are now spreading and growing again. And to me, it was always logical when I visited the Byzantine Museum in Athens several years ago. Uh, they have in the Byzantine Museum art that shows what the founders of Christianity look like. Uh, the founders of Christianity were Black and brown people, and it was understood to be that up until the 14th century. However, what happened in the Western world, they put together an art movement. They called it the iconography movement. Most of the Europeans couldn't read, so they used art to convert them by presenting themselves as God or something. You know, that's how you get, you know, surfer dude Jesus in Michelangelo's art. But when you go and look at the original art in the Byzantine Museum, it shows, you know, Mary is clearly a brown looking woman, and the baby Jesus is chocolate and got an afro like Cherie Renee Thomas. So I concluded that God must have been Wesley Snipes uh, in terms of when the baby's even darker than the mama in the picture, and the disciples are all black and brown men. And people don't understand that's what, and this goes back to the whole thing in Africology and Egyptology and why white people the last 200 years have had to separate that part of Northeast Africa like it was not in Africa. You know, even the early foundations for Christian thought are what they called the desert elders and desert masters were in Africa. And a lot of the early foundational thinking was from there. Uh, so that part of the world of Kemetic civilization in terms of how it influences the Abrahamic faith traditions, that's unraveling as archaeologists now are admitting that it was racism that kind of distorted the information from that era and the African contribution to it. Now, setting that aside, it was when I was reading Ricky Doc Flowers' essay recently before I went to Canada on hoodoo and what he calls the Afroprophetica in terms of our own African American tradition, in terms of dealing with the unseen and tapping into it. And I like how he frames this idea, this concept of the Afroprophetica as part of the what he calls the high hoodoo tradition. That we spend too much time as Black Americans not appreciating what we've created and sustained over here to chase shiny things that are shallow and don't really have any good healthy content that operates in the context of our own agency. And so that's what I'm talking about in terms of our relationship with the unseen, you know. And when you talked about the nation states and capital, what Elon Musk represents and why he's working with Trump, they're trying to bring in what they call what I'm calling and others are calling techno-autocratic capitalism. And what techno-autocratic capitalism is, capitalism used to be about who owns the means of production, you know, like Henry Ford making cars, so forth and so on. Technocratic autocratic capitalism is represented by people like a Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. How do you control information and data? And that information and data is why there's a big battle now over what type of AI ethics that we'll have and the way capital is going to work. I believe Elon Musk is merely supporting Trump because Elon Musk's technology with Neuralink and some of the other proprietary technology that he's developed would under a Democratic administration probably would be nationalized because of its strategic importance. And Trump has probably told him, hey, I'm not going to nationalize your product if I get elected president, which is why I believe up to this time, Musk has put over between $100 and $200 million into that campaign. And so the way the unraveling is working now also, as I said, the Bretton Woods institutions of the UN, the IMF, the World Bank are all being called into questions. But what Kamala Harris represents is the declining neoliberal way capital worked that was developed in the late 20th century. And that's why you see the neocons like Liz Cheney and all these other Republicans are mobbing up with Kamala Harris to try and defend that. And so the choice that we're making now, a lot of Black people don't understand. The last time there was a choice like this, it was like when the abolitionists during the Civil War had to team up with the Northern capitalists to defeat the Southern plantocracy. And that's why there are too many immature thinking Black people out here thinking that voting in the Green Party is a real choice. And I think they're confused. this is similar to what happened during the American Civil War, where the abolitionists and the capitalists of the North had to work together or come to an arrangement to defeat the Confederacy. And that's kind of where we are right now. And people don't want to talk like that. And too many people are talking about the politics that have no real serious philosophical understanding of all of the moves that are going right now to bring in this kind of techno autocratic geopolitics at the moment. And so they don't understand how serious this moment is. And there are a lot of people who, whether it's in the journalism, now people at the State Department level and other think tank level, they kind of understand, but it hasn't filtered down to the everyday person to understand what's happening. They just know they're upset about inflation. This is the first major election post-COVID. This is the post-COVID Black community. And so some people in our community think they were better off when they got a check that said Trump on it. And so it's more difficult bringing together a cohesive political response to what's happening at the moment. And it's happening across multiple societies where when people are in fear, they think they want to mob up with somebody that seems to be strong, hence leading to a lot of these autocratic political behaviors that we're seeing. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, yeah. Not question per se. My name's Williams Awushola. I'm a son of Kepra. I just want to express my sincere appreciation for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Wosela. We were trying to move on because we have a speaker that has to get to another event.
So if you could hold your question, Dr. Anderson is going to be with us this morning, so he will be able to answer questions as well as our other speakers if you have other questions for you that occur in the conversation. So I'd like to pass the mic on to Dr. Les Etienne of Indiana University, Indianapolis.
Thank you. And I appreciate the time. I do have to run, and so I'm gonna be quick. I'm not gonna be like what they say in church. I'm not gonna be in front of you too long. But what I when I had the opportunity, I said, of course, I'd be able to come on and just kind of talk a little bit about kind of the work we're doing, and I'm here with my colleague Dr. Piper as well. Just the ways in which we want to, in the Africana Studies program at IU Indianapolis, engage, more in this area. And I'm smiling because my former student is sitting over there. So that was a good surprise when I walked in the door. But so our engagement with Black studies, with Africana studies, is kind of, we try to base a little bit around, like, we think about Karinga's definition of the discipline as something that is critically and systematically a study of the thought and practice of African and African descended people in their culture and historical unfolding. We've had to, we want to be more intentional about engaging futurity in that conversation as well. And in my own personal point of entry to this context is kind of a lifelong study of history, art, literature, and so like engaging with the speculative, engaging with these kind of broad ideas, and remembering being I might have been about 16, and a friend of mine who's still a friend of mine said we were watching he said F Star Wars, like it ain't no black people in the future or in space. Like he said, he was mad, So the concept of it got him, and that's what kind of pushed me in my mind. So when I was able to be introduced a little bit more to this concept, to Afrofuturism, and I credit Dr. Piper for that a lot, and Maurice and Kepper, and um, this idea of what a broader liberatory framework, um, and this kind of extension to engage the future, uh, became this kind of point for us to kind of hammer in on. So when we think about the Black experience, this idea of what happened, who, what, when, where, all that, but also what happened, what is happening, and what will happening. And so I'm, listening to Dr. Anderson just now and kind of understanding that how important that is to our engagement with this topic and the types of things that we should be and probably will be doing in the future, right? Like I don't mean that like in the future, like, but literally like in the immediate future, right? Yeah, like down the street. Right, exactly. And it just kind of brings me to these questions around our experiences with science and technology, and um how we can begin to look at like that what happened, what is happening, what will happening piece. And so some of the work that we've been engaging with is it, for one, we try to stay in our lane. Like we represent Black studies at a place that did horrible things to Black people. But the thing to remember, when you look at our program and what we have, we're all from the same places that these types of things happen. So you got people who are, yes, PhDs or whatever, but from Detroit, from Kansas City, from Detroit, Kansas City, Chicago, people who grew up here in Indianapolis that work with us in our program and department area. And so the idea then comes to narrating these things. The idea comes to how do we begin to come alongside, our elders, people who are my elders, Miss Paulette and M, um, and Mama Pambana, and and then figure out a way to come alongside this work, right? And so we have someone like Maurice who said, listen, he did me a favor and said, brother, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna work with you all, right? So this is more, less of a me kind of presenting. This is more of a, like, this is how the plan for us to make sure that we're in this work with y'all is gonna play out right here, in town or whatever. So that's kind of, what I'm thinking. Like, Kayla was just on, Kayla's a friend. Kayla's someone we work with. I just presented with Kayla at a conference. And, you know, there's a multitude of ways for us to kind of have these entry points. We have a couple, just small to major things we do, but taking the idea of this institution that we're at, right? And saying um how do we do what the promise of these things, institutions, should be in truth. And I think this is a good area for us to engage. So we're going to keep kind of moving that forward with the folks that we have in our group. um I think the other thing is like the beautiful ways that we could find um, art, we could find literature, that we could find even the social sciences, and we're doing a little bit more with ecology and environmental kind of issues. What are the best ways for us to incorporate those things in our teaching and learning and in our practice? And so I think that's kind of where our head is and where my head is. Again, coming alongside this work as the local, you know, um, department that does Africana studies, right? And remembering the other kind of mandate of the discipline, which is, yes, we teach class, we do research, we do these theoretical stuff, but also we're supposed to be out here, we're supposed to be sitting in places like this, and we're supposed to be kind of grappling with and interrogating, some of these things that are affecting our folk, right? Not just Indianapolis. We're in, we just took a trip to Brazil and did some work. We're doing work in on the continent. We're doing work down south. Um, so just trying to engage these things in an intentional and kind of very meaningful way, right? And build relationships. So I don't know if I really touched. Okay, I just want to make sure I had it right, But yeah, I'm here. Yeah, yeah. So that's where it is, and I think this is the perfect framework is like this engagement with Afrofuturism, this engagement with writers, this engagement with people who tell these stories, this engagement with people who paint the pictures, this engagement with folks who are doing the type of work that Kayla's doing, and then using all of our resources toward that end, right? So. That's a heavy question, Baba. Um, I think I think there's two things. Okay. So M said, "What? How can say it again?" Right. Okay. What are our biggest challenges, and how could we as community support? Okay. Support our work. Okay. Always funding is kind of a thing, but I think we've kind of we've done well in that area, right? We have there are forces that are engaged in um, a major effort to dislocate our ability to even talk or theorize about some of the things that are part of our discipline, right? Um, to the point that students were asked, like, well, what's that all about? How how are you supposed to navigate that? And we want you to tell us these things. We want to learn these things, but you know, you're stuck in a place where someone says you cannot or you should somehow not. Don't get me started. So I think that's it. I think the other thing is when people come from the institution and come talk to people in the community, I think the big question sometimes for some of them I would like to ask, I would like for community members to ask is how do you um, manage relationships with the black or brown faculty or people you work with down the hall, because if they are up there acting a fool with us, and then they show up here, not here, but I'm just saying they show up out here and say, we want to do this wonderful project, and it's like, but they in there messing with us, on the reg, So there's that, right? But then also I think support wise, I first of all, I love the work that people do. So just just being open to like y'all know how we get down at Africana Studies. Y'all know what we have that center. We know y'all know what we're about, what we're trying to do. So I think we want to be in league with you. And so that support comes from just being able to come to spots like this. So I think that you're already doing that, That's already happening. Um, because I've never come here and said, can I do this? Can you all help me? And no anyone has said no. I always get invited into the room. Um, now the price of that sometimes is my award-winning eggplant parmesan, but
He can cook. He can cook.
I know. I told somebody I got to bring it in. I told my wife I got to bring it in here next month. Yeah. So yeah. So I think that's right next week. So I think that's the work is there, and so we want to be a part of what you're doing, and we hope that again we stay in our lane. We know where we're at, but we're gonna you know our goal is to be responsible enough to be a part of this type of conversation. So I think the support piece is already happening, brother. We appreciate it.
Step out your lane every now and then. Ask Miss Church.
That's right. I agree. I agree. I agree. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm Anira Joseph. I am a student at IUI, And my freshman year, second semester of my freshman year, I took Dr. E's class. And through that class is how I literally learned what Afrofuturism was. He had brought Dr. Piper into the classroom, and that's when I experienced culture at IUI, because I went to Bloomington at first and I was like, oh no. And then I was like, I gotta take this Black class. I didn't even know what the class was, but it had Black in the name. So I took the class. And through that class is where I found my friends. I found, I met community through Dr. E. I was like, you know what? This guy is so cool. I got to figure out what other staff members are on this campus and are so cool. So I met Dr. Sean and Gladden, which has brought me to Kepler today. So it started with Dr. E, and thank you for that.
Like, we came to your office, you weren't here. Where were you? Like that, she'll come and leave a note. Like, we came to your office, you weren't here. Where were you? So I love that. Yeah, so I appreciate that. You didn't know what you was getting into when you showed up, right?
So you in essence are the precursor. No, you're the successor in 1970 something at IUPUI. Okay, I took, I forget what it was. I think it was called African American Studies. Okay, and the brother said he was a Marine and on a ship. I was in the Navy, Seventh Fleet, but I'm reading stories. My dad is a World War II veteran, and I'm reading stories in that in the book that we were assigned, where they were killing brothers coming back from World War II, because the brothers coming back going like, "Ain't no stepping fetch it up in here, son." And so
I know how to shoot a gun.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And so it's kind of interesting. Again, you're the successor. I'm kind of go, okay, and the torch keeps going, and we're still teaching the. I mean, like me, I was forced to go, but yeah. I mean, that's one thing that stands in my mind, how they mistreated the Black soldiers and killed them. And there was something on Netflix, a movie, Mud something with the yeah. I couldn't watch that. I started watching, kind of, I can't watch that.
Some of that is not, I remember when there was one man that they blinded in South Carolina, and he had just gotten back. He died. I was in high school when he died. Like, because I remember the announcement of it. Like, he lived his life out, But I mean, this stuff is very near. Oh yeah, very near. Yeah.
I took my father on an honor flight, and so I just went around, and I only remember, probably not true, but I only remember 2 Black folks in the whole contingent of veterans. So I just went around asking veterans, sir, where'd you serve? And there was an old Black guy, 2 canes, 2 hearing aids, and I'm tearing up when I'm telling you. He said, I was on the beach in Normandy. I'm going, oh, oh, oh.
It's so interesting. I don't know how my wife's family, her grandfather. So they were looking. Her dad recently passed, so they're looking through her dad's stuff, and the grandfather, they knew that he had been in World War II. They looked at his papers. He was in like the Red Ball Express. He drove. So he probably was at Normandy. But they just said he never talked about it. They never knew him to talk about it. But yeah, so it's interesting. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Etienne. It was wonderful. We wish you a safe journey on your travels. We appreciate it. The door of the mothership is open, so you always can fly in and zoom out.
All right.
We took a All right.
All right. So we're gonna continue on. Thank you so much. And we have yes. Can we have Mr. Wosala?
I'm here.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Wosala. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mhm.
I just, not a question per se. I just want to express my sincere appreciation to for the organization of this workshop seminar, because I've gained a lot. Knowledge is power. What I didn't know, I know it today. So thank you, the organizer. Thank you, Imuche. Thank you, Ms. Fair, and the organizer. So it's a wonderful lecture. It's a wonderful seminar. So thank you, ma. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wosala.
Do we have any more questions? We have several others presenters. Any others before we transition on? So we're going to have Mr. Sneed from Atlanta presenting, and then Dr. Piper, Mrs. Clay, and Mrs. Womack. Dr. Grayson. Yes. Hmm. Oh, excuse me. I'm corrected. It's Reverend Dr. Clay. All right. Good morning from Atlanta, and happy birthday, belated birthday to you.
Howdy, y'all. Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here among such esteemed and amazing folks. And thank you for the birthday wishes as well.
It's your world.
Oh, there we go. Thank you so very much. So thanks, everyone. I appreciate the time and opportunity again to be here with you on this esteemed opportunity. For those who have not had the privilege of meeting, my name is Dejan Sneed. I'm the founder of Subsume Studios and Subsume Media here in Atlanta, Georgia, working in the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, where we're looking at how we can use our stories and narratives to build the inclusive future of tomorrow. And so for that, wanted to just share some space as I continue as a Ford Global Fellow in Gaming and AI for Education and Workforce Development, and myself as a practicing Afrofuturist want to understand and appreciate how the languages of technology and our own narratives can be, again, a part of a bridge into tomorrow that we find the agency and authority of our work. I think there's something there. Thank you. So I'll take a moment just to speak about a premise that I've been working on, and the idea of not how we see technology, but really how technology sees us. So when we think of the African diaspora, we see and are able to leverage not only a brilliant history, a resounding and actionable present, and a unprecedented future, but at the same time that we build on systems that are systematically, historically, and very intentionally built to delineate, denigrate, and divide us. So as we try to build this Black future, how are we building these on an infrastructure that we know is built to not include everyone? And so for us, what we work on in Subsume is that we use story as a precursor to innovation. Well, innovate through story, I should better say, that we're able to build our own agency authority and really our own data so that we can invest, acknowledge, and appreciate all that we are. And so I just want to kind of give a rundown of a few points by which we try to understand what we mean by Black futurism, or as our premise here in Subsume, being Afrofuturism in action. So, what are we actually doing that can help build and bridge this tomorrow? So, of course, when we talk about technology, we think of in the current spaces of artificial intelligence. But whether that was general literacy or the printing press or newspaper or radio, as we look back through history, the idea that technological access and literacy is always a fundamental space of knowledge, understanding, and in sustainable growth. So for us, thinking about Black futurism and these types of challenges, really we're talking about a digital divide. And so our main premise is that everyone, from the young to the young at heart, has to understand where they are in the digital literacy space and really just find their space of inclusion. There's a lot of ways that we see technology being able to dismantle a lot of options, but if we look no further in our own political cycle, we see where technology is absolutely used for misinformation, again, for systems to not provide opportunities or having just access to things such as sustainable internet, what we consider computing power or access to other parts of that framework. So we want to think of technology access as a first and foremost space where we're given the tools by which we can go ahead and continue to build from there. Looking at another part being a space of workforce development. So again, we always think about being able to be sustainable. Economic empowerment has to be a foundational part of that. But when we think about, for example, the pandemic, when a lot of work went remote, it feeds right back into our previous comment of technology. If you are part of a digital red line where you don't have high speed internet, if you're in traditional trades or services that may not have that remote opportunity, but you have to put yourself in a space or maybe at risk during a global pandemic. The idea is that the workforce of the future is based on technology. And as we're building machines and services and new infrastructures that redefine how we work, the idea is that we have to think of an alternative future where our historic spaces, such as agriculture, such as being able to quantify and collaborate among the Black experience, and really build on Black community strengths that have always been an insular but inclusive space. If we think about all the many Black Wall Streets that we've had around the United States and similar systems around the world, the idea is how do we build Black business, in this new and shifting technological time? And that fits right into the next space of civic engagement and digital democracy, right? So if we think of the democratic sense of everyone's voice being able to be heard and being able to be a component of a larger narrative of change, we can see that technology has a premise of that as well. We could look at voter registration. And I know that already here in our space of Georgia and some others where they're highly contested, we're seeing where technology is playing a change in how we're counting votes, how people are voting, whether or not we'll incorporate things such as cryptocurrency and blockchain into the next presidential cycle of policy and of service. The idea is that civic engagement and democracy and the way that communities connect is also based on that technological point. Of course, AI and just in its use and we'll say misuse, because of course, when we think about systems that are built from artificial intelligence or large language models, they are trained on things, right? So if we think about a large contingent point of artificial intelligence is that it might be built on the works and the premise of people who do not give their permission. A lot of times we know that Black culture drives policy, but also drives popular culture. So if we have artists that are underrepresented, whether that's in technology, whether that's in visual arts, musical arts, what have you, then the idea is that artificial intelligence and cultural production, something that is a superpower among us as a Black community, then if we see that commodified and then not given agency based off of technology, then or technological use that does not include us, then of course that's something where we're working against. And so the idea of algorithmic bias, where we as proponents of ownership versus being an excluded data set is a part that we need to also work and develop on. That goes into digital art as well. A couple other things. So I really like to kind of get to our second point of how we can make these changes. So we're halfway there, and I thank you all for this. The idea of thinking of healthcare and innovation. We know also that our community's been disproportionately included in data sets when we talk about healthcare and innovation. Also, how hospitals or just traditional medicine or telemedicine is also an opportunity in our communities. Though we may look at traditional healing practices, a lot of times those sources are not in collaboration with modern technology. So what we might find as a local opportunity that's been in our Black community or through our system of ancestral intelligence, we don't have that as a space that we can show and have that as a accessible point for all of our communities. So looking at how do we innovate within that using technology to bridge that ancestral knowledge with the contemporary opportunities that we see in healthcare. It'll be the same thing for education. We have an amazing opportunity to have an equitable space of education. But if we're using that in traditional systems that often are they're often the systems that are in contrast to learning. So if we look at higher education, that does not allow for STEM or credentialing for new systems because, of course, they are a business. So if we look at something, and we can use just a general space of like maybe a Harvard and MIT, them being able to create a digital program versus a knowledge base that is able to do it. It's a simple of credentials. Do systems, do services, do businesses consider these new ways of education to be the real transfer of knowledge, or do we all want to still use these what's come looking at antiquated systems for technology? So the system is that we have new adaptive systems that we can use. Of course, we could say you can learn through Chat GPT, you can learn through these other services, but then it becomes an educational system of knowledge. Likewise, going back to our ancestral knowledge quote from earlier, we have a space that we can transform education, but also make it accessible in the sense from a financial learning, but also the credentialing part. And why I keep saying that is because we have to reimagine, I think, for our future, what a teacher is. You know, is it a paper or is it lived experience? Is it a location? Is it a culture? As we as global citizens become more global, the idea of how we look at teaching and the transmission or transfusion of knowledge is also going to be a change. Three other quick points of the environmental component. I think we as a global space, you know, we see technology being able to solve yet another part, which is food inequality. Dr. Anderson was speaking, of course, you know, to many amazing points, but the idea of food inequality, when we are able to create an overabundance of food, whether that's sustainable food or sustainable housing, but of course, having a climate and a space that everyone can live and tomorrow to pass along to future generations. This type of Black environmental justice and sustainability is also a part there. And then, as we talked about education and systems, we have to look at financial systems. So we can have economic empowerment, but if we find that financial technology does not include us, particularly of the African diaspora, you know, we can look at an example of Nigeria that is a brilliant, innovative space of financial technology because they've been excluded from most of the traditional, we would say, Eurocentric spaces of financial technology. So if you go among these spaces, but money doesn't move or banking systems don't cooperate then or don't collaborate, we have new systems and technology that we can build, but it goes back to that credentialing and service and basically building a trust. And then the last thing, the thing that I really am getting to is the space of digital identity. You know, what does it mean to be a Black person online? What does it mean to be African online? What does it mean to be Black, queer, and queer online? The idea of the way that these systems understand and appreciate us are more than just complexion or melanin or residence. We're defining the Black identity as a fluid but still rooted system. And so as we learn, we have to teach the systems that are going to collaborate with us. And so that's a space of the end of the day data. And that data sovereignty is what I really think is really going to be the true superpower of the Black experience going forward. Because most of these traditional systems that we use haven't included us, these new systems that we're able to build and develop, whether they're interdependent or if they're independent of where we are, the idea is that that data sovereignty is the piece that nobody can take away. So we talk about digital identity and how we're appearing online, but how we interact and how we're all working, just the space that we're working on now, like this Zoom call, maybe scanning my face, it may be taking my voice, it may be looking at who's on this component. But the idea of building a digital and online experience of what is Black, the computers won't be able to do this, right? Because the computer's never been able to do this. And I think this is the space where our own ownership and agency of how we interact with computers is really, when I say computers, I mean technology and stuff, but how we see digital systems and services interacting with the Black experience online is really going to be the shifting point. I think that's really our newest or next reconstruction, right? It's going to be a digital reconstruction of how we build Blackness online. And so as we build that right now, this next 5 years is about as good as it's going to get, because, and that's more of an encouragement versus, some precursor to doom, because, whatever we see in whatever our next economic turn or presidential election or component is, we're, again, I was saying, we're experiencing an exponential growth and development space. But these systems can only grow as fast as we can catch up. So we're already at a saturation point right now. But what's exciting is within that system, we're going to have the platforms that are going to work. We're going to really know financially how people see things such as cryptocurrency, how people see themselves as far as education, as jobs, and in this new rebuilding, not just of a new America, but really a new world. Because what we see as emerging markets, or what we may have considered third world, is going to be all world. Everybody's going to be able to compete. Everyone's going to be able to collaborate. Everyone's going to be able to have those same accesses. It'll be more localized, whether or not you have enough food on your table. But at the same time, if you're a brilliant computer scientist in Nairobi, Kenya, you'll be able to build and develop the exact same thing as someone that's in a high rise in New York, because the systems and services that build things won't be people. They'll be other systems. And so access to those systems is what'll be important, but it's also encouraging that we as a people, particularly as a Black people, we can build those systems. Because at the end of the day, the things that you need to build tomorrow are all in Africa. All those resources, all those spaces, all that land, all that brilliance. Because of course, 2050, 1 out of 4 people in the world will be of the African diaspora. So we have to understand very simply, like, how there's a 2040 plan, we have to have a 2050 plan, right? The idea of being able to build that Afrofuturistic future is already 2 years ago. Like the idea of open source use of ChatGPT, it's already in the space of being able to build and develop the systems of liberation. And so I just encourage and hope, just as an open sum of where we see it with Subsume, is that starts with great books. That starts with digital art. It starts with gathering. It starts with us building the data set of liberation. And so in that space for Subsume, that's why we look to just build from the creative technology standpoint. Because we have to build the technology that reflects who we are, how we want to be seen, and what we want to control in the data set of tomorrow. And so with that, I'm open to questions and appreciate y'all time for listening to my Southern meander about the digital future.
Thank you. That was anything but a meandering presentation. That was excellent. So many great jewels in this. Creating a data set of liberation. That was fantastic. And also this concept of data sovereignty. When you were speaking about creating the Black experience online and what have you, it made me think of the works of Ruha Benjamin, who of course just was honored with a MacArthur grant for her research on Black communities and technology and the things that we have to be aware of now in terms of facial recognition, discrimination, things like that. How the algorithms and the technology criminalizes us, as usual, is the way these systems work. Also, the work of Moya Bailey, I believe, who's also done work about misogynoir and the digital technological challenges and things that we are facing. So many Black people, in particular Black women, are at the forefront of these discussions in this work, and they're already, calling the warning out. So if we have any questions from the community, we will also have a Q&A afterwards. Oh, yes, yes.
Are you saying I can ask my question? Well,
Yes,
you
absolutely.
talked about Nigerian, and so I'm just curious. Like one of the areas that I'm working in here in Kepler is finances, but it doesn't have to be limited to finances. Can you talk about some of the innovative technologies you are seeing and what they're allowing people to do that you feel is like, I guess you would say off the chain, and that we need to look at and study and learn from?
Oh, absolutely. That's a great question. I think there's the way that Nigeria particularly has a early adoption and expertise in blockchain technology. And so from my experiences in Lagos and what in the spaces there, I mean, they use the POS systems or like point of service. So we think of where there's not a large bank, there's a more localized person that may literally have a bag of money in their possession, but also have like a technological device that they can pay and do develop things on their behalf. Because Nigeria hasn't been able to use traditional systems. They have a very interdependent system of it. Um, it's just where a lot of the best blockchain developers, and we're talking about blockchain, what we, of course, meaning like mutable digital currencies. Whether they're creating their own or whether they're mining and developing on mobile phones, not these large mining farms like we think of here in the US. Like there's a lot of like localized data power that they're able to use their phones. And for like a global adoption index, like adopting and using in their day-to-day life, the spaces of blockchain and blockchain technology, Nigeria is ranked second. Like they may not have created those systems, but they've mastered those systems. And if you look at like the financial systems or like billionaires in Nigeria, they're all, or not all, many of them are from the financial sector. It's just those sectors don't have a plug-in with Wells Fargo, with Chase Bank. They don't connect in those systems, but they have enough money and enough expertise technologically that they have their own independent systems. Now, there's a lot of social and political reasons why the Naira may shift and change. Like, for example, when I was there one time in February this year, the fiat currency lost 40% of its value in 1 week. So the money that I got out of the ATM when I landed was almost less than half, lost half of its value in hand. But what the thing is that they know how to use cryptocurrency and use that as a backup. And now that is a speculative space at best, but it showcases like from an adoption and use case index, how a system that's been shut out from the traditional space can innovate and build and develop in that. How that works has a lot of facets to not over answer. It's political because it has to be adopted by the larger systems. Of course, it's technological where you need the physical device or node or digital node to be able to use and utilize it. And then you need the marketplace, right? Someone has to accept and adopt your brand or your version or variant of cryptocurrency. But Nigeria is being great of building among themselves those systems that work, and they rise and fall, and we don't know about it, but they are building that infrastructure. So I think it's just they're already a global leader in that space, having not been invited to it to start off with.
Thank you. Could you just tell us a little bit about your origin? How did you come to this? Because that's the question. I know a little bit of that, but it might help some of the community to know, how did you come to this work?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, thank you. I think it was climbing in and out of old arcade systems at my local arcade in Goldsboro, North Carolina. Like I wanted to know how these video games work that I was putting all these quarters in. And like one of my first part-time jobs was Take 10 in Goldsboro. And I just knew like this was the way that things were going to happen. Like I said, I knew the way, but the idea of comic books and video games and the things that I loved should all be talking to each other. But also I saw like I didn't see myself. There was no black people in these games. Like I'll go to the comic book shop. There might be a Black Panther book before the Black Panther, but thinking of that early 80s, that wasn't a continuing series, it was a limited series at best. But just thinking of how I wanted to build a future where stories and technology and I could be a part of. It was just, I never saw it. So the idea was to start building it. And so went to school for electrical engineering at North Carolina State, Thought I was going to be building robots for the military. Matriculated and it didn't happen. So I just spent 10 years going around Raleigh, Durham, building stuff for people. And that was really the dot-com boom. And you didn't need a degree, you just needed to know how to do stuff. And so I just knew how to do stuff. Just very self-taught, both as an artist, but also as a computer scientist. And it just was the space of being able to build and develop what I thought was Black people being in the future. And then as you know, knowing of meeting people like yourself and Dr. Anderson and Natasha and Milton Davis, and the idea not just of Afrofuturism as as a space of, say, entertainment, but as a space of innovation. Like, it's all imagining yourself and showcasing a talent and a premise and a promise for the future, right? That the future didn't belong to everyone. But if you look at traditional media, particularly in popular media, and I'll close with this, is it's a great predictor of what's to come, right? The idea, and we give it all the time, of the Motorola phone is based off a kid, particularly a engineer at Motorola, was a Star Trek fan. That phone didn't exist in the 1959 or 1960, nor were Black people able to be in the same restaurant at the same time as people, as white people. So the idea of not only you getting a Nichelle Nichols, which is one of my favorite people of the world, being able to have a device that could talk to someone anywhere in the that they basically a mobile phone, right? That didn't exist. But the idea is that because this guy saw that, he spent his life trying to build it. And so he built the StarTAC flip phone. And that flip phone is really what popularized mobile phones. Not everyone in the world has a mobile phone. So what was absolute fantasy in 1959, you can go to the local gas station and buy that now. But the idea of building that future means that we have to tell those stories that put us in that future. And so all that meandering to say is that we have to showcase through art, technology, and culture that we not only have that expertise, but that we predict and we promise that we'll be in those spaces in the future. And so that's the way that we see in this space of Afrofuturism in action, is we're creating a roadmap through story to how we want to get to the spaces we want to be.
Thank you so much. So much of what has been discussed today is not only about people creating things on their own, but working in community, supporting other people that are, right by their side, and others who are coming after them. And they're just being very humble. He has been quite a force in Atlanta, his work with Xbox and other organizations to give younger people who are aspiring game creators, developers, narrative design, etc., opportunities to network and connect as well. And he has other projects that he is not discussing, including a whole world that he created that features the late great Nichelle Nichols in it. So you want to talk about, just mention the title and where people can find you?
Thank you. I appreciate
Yes.
that consideration. I do see also we may have one hand open when we're respectful of our time and attention. But yes, I have a fantasy series, Afrofutures fantasy series about young girls that beat up monsters called Sorghum and Spear. And so it was based on my old Dungeons and Dragons stories from NC State, and being able to tell the story about young girls that grew up during a time of monsters, the last generation before they're all wiped out, and all the women of the world have to come together and showcase not only their powers and their magic, but their stories to how this last generation can save the world. And so I've been privileged to have a lot of amazing talent, both in that room and online and around the world, that have been able to help us build this amazing narrative space. And thus, it subsume as a publisher look to empower and embolden new voices in film, art, gaming, animation, and the creative technology of tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We are going to continue on. Obviously, we have several more speakers, so you can do what you need to do, which is best for you. out here in the real world and in the virtual world, but we're going to carry on. The next speaker is Dr. Jamaica, excuse me. You know, I've been saying it wrong in my head all this time. Jamaica Piper, and we're going to continue from there. Thank you so much. Oh, right, by passing it to the brain over here.
All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm sorry, my voice is kind of naturally just lower. So I am going to talk about I guess I should talk about myself, right? Hi. So I am a librarian. I actually am the Education and Humanities Librarian at IUND, formerly IUPUI. A bit about me. Well, I kind of come to Afrofuturism from maybe a more interesting space. I deal more with the information piece, kind of pivoting off of what Dresden was just talking about. So, a little bit about the information and how it kind of permeates the pop culture, specifically Black pop culture layer, is kind of where I pivot myself. And so what I'm going to talk about today is an activity that I did. So I was asked to talk about like how did I bring Afrofuturism to the classroom. And so I'm going to shift it a little bit. So if we can actually move to the next slide. Yes. So what does this look like on the ground? I'm sorry, my little picture's a little bit stretched out, but what you're seeing there is an event that I held. It was a Afrofuturism Wiki Editathon. This is something that when I've been thinking about like what are the intersections between what we do at the university and maybe ways in which we can start engaging more with the community. This is actually a really great one, and we do this sometimes with Christmas Addicts. So if you don't know, we sit together and we teach people how to edit Wikipedia. Wikipedia is, I think, has over at least 10 million hits daily. So there's a visibility factor that is tied into this. And as well, hi, librarian, what do we like? Open access, open educational resources, open everything. Open information. Information that's open can be reused and deployed in new ways. So when I think about that, I think about the need and the ways in which Blackness should also be more prevalent in the making of information and in the spreading of information if you're wanting to tell the story, tell your stories, if you want to be represented in certain ways. So what I did was I partnered with the Center for Africana Studies. So that was one of the projects I did with Les and the Ray Bradbury Center. And we taught all these wonderful students. This was 3 classes of students, about 40 kids. Well, I'm sure some of them might not be kids, but they're all kids to me. But 40 kids, how to edit Wikipedia. So this was a quite an interesting undertaking. I'm going to go to the next slide. So initially, the plan was we were going to have them try to create articles to fill in gaps. And what are those gaps? Around Afrofuturist scholars, because Afrofuturism itself was underrepresented on the site. So my background is in literature. I came to Afrofuturism by trying to understand what it is. And so I understood it kind of as a genre, but then I had to look at it as a literary sort of the history of this as it's unfolding. And the initial plan was to try to teach people how to make articles within this genre that would be attributed to individual authors. So you'd be able to access that information. And once you access it, that means you'll be able to kind of follow authors and go and look at their individual works. Then we thought about, maybe this isn't the best way to engage students because this might be a little bit more time consuming. But we still wanted students to be present and have an active uh, to feel like they're contributing to something greater. Because again, my focus and the good we're trying to do is bring visibility to the people who are writing in this genre to kind of create the canon, if you will, where there is no official canon. And to try to bring together these pieces in a way that is formidable. Next slide, please. So, what we actually ended up doing, we decided to step away from the idea of a full blown article, but we actually had them go and started making the connections by adding in citational works and pulling up references related to different events and different biographical details of those individual people. So, still contributing, still making those links. What you see here, because we set up a separate wiki board so we could track to see impact. So this is a direct impact of that project. I did this is 2 years. Well, we did this the first time in 2023 and then again in 2024. What you see here is the first one, the 39 articles edited. That means 39 different bios, author bios were touched. And in that first one, we have 37. And of course, we made 510 edits, 183 edits, and going across there. So again, when I talk about visibility, you can see here 303,000 views. When we made those edits to those author bios, when we start putting them in conversation with each other in ways in which they were not necessarily being linked before, this is direct proof that we are increasing the visibility of those authors. We are bringing attention to their works. And most importantly, we had no challenges. This means the work that we did had an immediate visible impact. So this is the power of publicly engaged scholarship. Um, sorry, I'm kind of rushing through. Next slide, please. I'm going to back up a bit. I started off by saying I came to this by trying to figure out for myself. And I guess you could say that I think it was Nairi earlier that was talking about she took a class with me. So in the beginning, so from 2021 to 2022, I taught an Afrofuturism class that was called Afrofuturism and Black Possibility. Now, I taught that class in a way that was probably a little bit more different from how students were expecting. It didn't focus on literature so much as it did on the actual scholarship. So it's kind of crazy that I'm in a room right now with at least three people, two virtually and one physically, that I taught for that class. So taught their scholarship. And when I think about it, outside of as a genre, I think the thing that's been threading through the conversation is Afrofuturism is applied humanities. And so when I think about what does that mean, how does that kind of, what are the concepts embedded within it? It's Afrocentric. There's a liberatory piece to it. There's technocultural pieces, but there's also a sort of psychogeographical piece, meaning we're thinking about how geography is, how do you shorten the physical distance of geography? How does that kind of go back and how we are creating a sensory experience of locations. So this may echo a little bit to, I think it was Kayla's first presentation, where we're talking about Norwood community within Indianapolis. For those of us who are not native Hoosiers, or for those of us who are thinking about this in our own context, we are still able to sort of experience that location through our senses, through our emotions, through the sort of deeper resonances that we have with the similar topics. Lastly, there's concern again, I think about the means of production, materiality, what's being produced, and who has ownership over that. And that goes back again to some of what Dresden was saying as far as like ownership over our data, but also ownership over our neighborhoods, ownership over the ways in which we will be present in the future. And always, I think there's this sense that Afrofuturism is always already, meaning that it's ahistoric. You can go and the same issues we're talking about today, you've seen them talked about probably as early as Blake Lively's The Huts of Africa, that was published around 1859. So you have this sense of a constant return to these themes and how we've been challenged. And I think if anything else, it just proves that one, things are changing, they're changing rapidly, but we have the willpower, we have the proof that we can navigate navigate whatever is coming. And I think that's the most important piece for that. Next slide, please. And so, going back to my project, I have here a couple of student responses. I don't know if everyone can see that's physically in the room, so I'll go ahead and I'll read a few. So, students said, helping spread the knowledge of Afrofuturism and keep the knowledge of it alive. Knowing that I'm making impact, even though it may be subtle, I thought it was great to be able to make an impact and contribute to making Wikipedia a better place. It felt great when we got the stats of how many people viewed our edits the next day. This was all in response to the question I asked about like what was the most empowering um, piece that you got out of doing this activity. And so this is from the students themselves. And again, they learned this. The technical part, I'm not going to lie, I just front loaded. So I front loaded just by creating a separate site where it was easy to train. But like when they were actually doing the work, they thought it was pretty easy, pretty quick. And so out of that, what you see here, I know this is kind of hard. I tried to take that conceptualization of Afrofuturist literature and to make a sort of overview statement about what unites this list. And I'm going to stand up. So this list is generated out of the work. So this wasn't here before. So this again starts putting together some of the people that we would consider to be within the canon of Afrofuturist literature, if there was such a thing. And I believe that is everything. So my last slide just says questions. Yes. So
Yes.
Maurice is in there, Sheree's in there. I think from
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know if you were aware of it, but the Afrofuturism web pages on Wikipedia have been curated by different people for over a decade, and they were erased. They were
Oh,
erased
wow.
from people outside of the Afrofuturist community. I will say that who were disputing whether or not there's a such thing as African American literature, and that it was American centric. So they erased all of those people and all that work. And when we looked at it again, it was very Chicago centric. So I said, okay, so people in Chicago have been trying to recreate it. But if you were looking at it, you would think only Afrofuturists in America were in Chicago, which there are a huge number of them, but they are not the only ones. And so that was very interesting. So there's a whole nother conversation that could be had about Wikipedia and its processes and who has access and who doesn't, and when and how it's gate kept or not. So, but thank you so much for all the work that you're doing with your students. That's fantastic. So we're going to circle back to you to talk about what that has meant, because you've had to create other like parallel processes, and also how are you going to how do you maintain it so that your work isn't erased on down the road from the next person who decides that Black literature and its canon does not exist at all, or what have you. So yeah, very hard question, because it's like that's always the question for us. How do we, I would say, how do we fireproof our future? How do we fireproof the future? Because we're almost, yes, 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 yes. It's always under surveillance and monitored in ways that don't always serve the community. So thank you. Yes. One more hand in the chat. Was that for a question? Okay.
My hand is up for a question, but I don't know if that's what you're seeing.
Can we see them? We can't see them. We just see questions. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Stop sharing. So we can see it. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so I think it's me. I'm not sure, but I wanted to ask the young lady to share, because like she shared a little bit, I think, about her journey, but not enough in the context of, I wanted to know why library How did you end up being a librarian, and why was your focus in library? And how did you come to Afrofuturism and decide to kind of marry those two in terms of your work that you do?
Okay, so how did I put in libraries? That is an interesting question. I was finishing up my dissertation. So I have a doctorate in English. My focus was on 20th and 21st century African American literature, again, specializing in pop culture and that sort of arena. Um, I knew actually from the moment I stepped into grad school, I don't think teaching is for me. That's what I thought. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I was just like, I don't know. I'm gonna give this a try. And then by like year 4, I was like, yeah, this definitely is not for me. I think I need to find something else. And I kind of fell into doing library work while I was finishing up my doctoral degree. So on that side of the track, meaning as a librarian, when I was pursuing that, my focus was actually on public digital humanities type work. So I was just really interested in, I guess, yes, this idea of, I guess you would call it, what can I do with humanities? So I love this field. What can I do that's going to have a visible impact? What can I do that is going to be something outside of the theoretical? That was just something I was always interested in. And so, once I got my position, I was in looking around. My focus is kind of like, all right, I see a lot of Black literature, a lot of Black writers, but I don't see it getting the same kind of coverage as some of the um, white authors and white critics. Why is that? And then looking at it through like databases, how can I improve the discoverability of research that's produced by people within the community for people within the community, if that makes sense. Sorry, that was a very long-winded answer.
The connection to Afrofuturism, how did you get connected to that?
Oh, that was again, that's for me is it speaks more to like my pop cultural interest. That was at least the spark of it. So I think, what is it? I've always read a lot of like fantasy and a lot of like things that focus on world building. And so once I was starting to think about how these things might come together, um, I kind of fell into wanting to know more about Afrofuturism. This is kind of like what is it? Post Black Panther, but it wasn't because of Black Panther. It was just because I loved fantasy and I was thinking, where is the space that Black people are doing their kind of imaginations? Where is it that we are allowed to sort of freely play, if you will? And that was kind of like my lead into reading more Afrofuturism.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Part of this is that was an excellent question because part of this is understanding your unique journeys to your work, to your profession, and also to Afrofuturism as well. And we're also looking at talking about the skill sets that were needed, the challenges along the way where you had to develop new skill sets, and you already talked a bit about that process. And also, it's funny how life is. You didn't expect to be a teacher, and yet you are an excellent one, from what I understand. So that's terrific. 14 years in. Well, they say never say never, right? All right. So our next presenter is Dr. Walter Grayson. I don't know if Dr. Grayson remembers. If we could get Dr. Grayson on the screen, that would be.
Can y'all see me and hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can see you now. We can see you now. Thank you. I don't know if you remember how we met.
Oh, there's a number of stories there. There's layers to that. So
Yeah,
which piece do you want to focus on?
I'm gonna leave it in your hands, Dr. Grayson, the wonderful, great. We have lost him again. Where is Dr. Grayson? We're seeing questions, and he's got answers. Answers to the questions we don't even know how to ask yet. Yeah. If we
Oh,
can
I
see Dr.
appreciate you.
Grayson, that would be great. All righty.
Is it all through?
Yeah, it's gone.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So no, for me, origin story for me with the distinguished host, Cherie Renee Thomas. I think I was in early graduate school as she sent out a call for papers for what would become the Dark Matter collection. And so that was the first time I knew how spectacular all of this work, as people called it back then, black sci-fi or speculative fiction, was going to start a path. And so the next time I think the first time we met in person was probably the Planet Deep South event where it was 2015 with John Jennings and Ronaldo and Tim and just basically the whole family that we got together in Jackson, Mississippi. And it was spectacular. These kinds of gatherings about Afrofuturism, about building the life that we want in our world. I agree with Dr. Piper's point about the ahistoricity of Afrofuturist work. It does transcend time. I build a lot of the work I do on that principle, which gets me in trouble with my fellow historians. And I'm going to go through this synopsis very, very quickly. I'm a little under the weather, and so it's a little bit hard for me to stay in the conversation as long as I would prefer. But I always start with the phrase, every past was once a future. Every past was once a future. And so I don't care if it's 1850, 1950, or 5550 BC. Someone of African descent is dreaming and writing and creating futures for their people. And so Afrofuturism in that sense is as deep as human experience. And it does open the doors to all varieties of new histories, particularly for me now, is rebuilding the pre-modern world. That is to say, looking at the last 500 years of European domination and undoing it, creating a world where indigenous and African and the varieties of Asian expression come to the fore of what is a sustainable humanity in the context of climate change. And so Cherie was very kind in saying, I have solutions. There are some tools I'd like to share very quickly with everybody in the next few minutes. And so question and answers, I would definitely upfront direct, stay in touch with me by email. I'm going to put that into the chat right now, wgrayson@macalester.edu. But I do want to leave extra time for the distinguished panelists who have been with us for a couple hours. So when I share screen, I'm hopeful it'll come up correctly. Can you see a picture of me with a group of people smiling and laughing as we hold like red rope and a bunch of us in front of a house? Is that what's coming through?
Yes, we see it.
So this is my homepage about the work that I have dedicated my life to. And this particular photo comes from the Timothy Thomas Fortune House in Red Bank, New Jersey. Fortune is a distinguished ancestor who was literally erased from our past by Booker T. Washington's acolytes throughout the 20th century. Washington's acolytes wanted Washington to kind of become the singular figure of Black history from the late 19th century and early 20th century. And as a result, his mentor, Fortune, was not a tolerable figure to show how Fortune shaped Washington, and indeed taught W.E.B. Du Bois, taught Ida Wells Barnett, taught Marcus Garvey. And Fortune's house at the peak of his career between 1901 and 1910 was right there behind us in that photo, had been allowed to deteriorate to the point that it was going to collapse. We raised over the course of 7 years over $11 million, but more importantly, built a business model so that the center will be funded as a community site in perpetuity. It will never run out of money. And that's the model that I've taken to a number of different sites to change the way that we do Black historic preservation. And so hearing Kayla's testimony, hearing all of the presentations, Dedrin's work on computer science is huge to what I do. But what I'm doing now is essentially working with 2,000 Black communities in North America to preserve and defend Black historic institutions, things like the Kepler Institute, and expand the kinds of funding that will be perpetually there for the Institute. But then more than that, I've been able to expand abroad and transform the way that we deal with African history in Europe, African history on the continent, the role of Africans across Asia and across Latin America. And so we're in a global expansion phase. One of the first great signs of this, and now you should be able to see the Preserve Eatonville Community National Trust for Historic Preservation. Is that correct? So Eatonville, Florida was one of the first incorporated Black communities in the United States. And it was built in the Tuskegee tradition around a school and a church, and then to build out residences for Black people. And the Zora Festival for 30 years has been working to protect this Black community from local redevelopment led by Disney. They're right in the shadow of Disney World and Epcot Center and all of the kind of studio sites for tourism in Central Florida. Last spring, we were able to uncover the fact that there was a fraudulent deed transaction back in the 1950s that stole large chunks of this land from the rightful Black ownership. And so over the last year, we've attracted enormous attention in actually not just protecting Eatonville and restoring its land claims, but also building a fund that we're looking at almost $1 billion in community restoration funds to expand and protect Eatonville here in the 21st century. This turns into projects that actually spread around the world. And so in this case, this is the National Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance. And so these are mayors and Black communities that are all working every day to do what we did in Eatonville. And so if you see a project like in Birmingham, Alabama, with the National Lynching Memorial, if you see projects like the Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley National Historic Park System, these are all projects that we are doing every day to direct massive federal spending and international and private spending to valuing and preserving Black community everywhere. And so in my backyard here, I teach at McAllister in St. Paul. There's an ongoing effort in the Rondo neighborhood, which is the wealthiest Black community in the state of Minnesota, that has an extraordinary abolitionist Underground Railroad and Black freedom struggle story. But the community was destroyed by I-94 being plowed right through the core, where there were over 500 homes and 200 businesses back in the early 1960s. We've now gotten $20 million this year for Rondo to plan to build a land bridge that will then restore all of the homes and businesses over the next 15 years. This is a project that will cost somewhere near $2 billion in current dollars, but without a call for reparations explicitly, we're directing funds into the Twin Cities to undo the damage of slavery and segregation in this region. Just a couple months ago, in August, actually the day before my birthday, President Biden designated the site of the 1908 Springfield, Illinois race riot as a national monument. This is part of what's at stake in this election, is that to rebuild Black communities, Black societies, and Black economies, we've got to actually have voices, not just at the state level, not just at the local level, but federally and internationally, in order to prioritize undoing the damage that we have seen over the last 500 years. And so this was just another step forward where, again, we're going to create an empowerment district where there's going to be grant funding for people to reopen businesses, for people to acquire their first homes, and to actually provide better Social Security care and Medicare to folks who are senior citizens and retirees. So this work is growing exponentially. We're at a unique moment where the institutional power can work in our favor, but everything hinges on the upcoming election. If the Republicans take control of all levels of government, the fights will become much more difficult. On the Afrofuturist side, what have I begun to do is to really, I'll say, I come from a community that no longer exists. My home area was destroyed by waves of suburbanization between 1970 and 2000. And very tragically, that I'm still kind of grieving, lost my family's home because of these events just in the last 2 months. And what I've done instead is to learn how to create virtual models of places that have been lost. So not just Tulsa and Rosewood, but hundreds of Black institutions and locations that no longer exist. We can actually restore them through examples like this in New Orleans as shifting landscapes. Is we created a 360 panoramic virtual tour that lets you go into an historic site, is the Gallier House. And as you go through, you'll learn about one of the women enslaved there was Lorette. And Lorette basically opened the door for abolition and resistance in New Orleans. And so I wanted to show you the picture of her with the family's children. Another picture of her that no one had ever seen before we published the site. And so this work extends much deeper in that you can walk through the actual historic site and learn about every feature of the house and the family and figure out kind of how to tell this history about whatever place you want to preserve. So there in Indianapolis, it's a dream for me. I really wish I could have been here today because there's so much capacity, not just with the U.S. Colored Troops Project, but also with the stories of the Black women who were successful as businesswomen and folks who trying to blaze the trail for the growth of Black economies prior to 1900, prior to 1920. And so just to show you one more phase of what we can go in and look at in the Gallier House, you can learn so much about what the work was, how enslavement happened, the way that people interacted. But imagine doing this for all of the Black churches or all of the historically Black colleges and universities, all of the places where civil rights struggle took place. This is the work that I'm doing, is directing funding into preserving all of our work virtually and making it more accessible. How does this manifest? And this connects directly to Dr. Piper's point and also to Dr. Anderson. In 2016, after the Black Panther appeared in the Marvel Captain America Civil War film, I wrote the first version of the Wakanda syllabus, which basically pulled together hundreds of resources, including Cherie's Dark Matter series, and all of the kind of Black sci-fi and fantasy that was produced. And this has been the touchstone for hundreds of projects around the world, including a lot of the things that we've seen from Yatasha and Ronaldo, and that grew out of these pieces that Ronaldo mentioned in the timeline. I do want to take a small moment here to note, it struck me during Ronaldo's presentation that the gap that he indicated between 1995 and 2015, that window, it's really important to pay attention to an online archive cultivated in Illinois by Abdul Akalimat, and who has his own Black historic preservation project tied to his family. His Afro-Am network stores enormous amount of material on Black science fiction and on Afrofuturism. But beyond that, there's a really important set of stories that for me, it's very odd that it comes down to one word, is comics, for both comedians, so people like David Chappelle or Wanda Sykes or Chris Rock. In that window, they're doing Afrofuturist work through comedy. But also on the other side of comics, where I spend a lot of more of my time, is Dwayne McDuffie and Christopher Priest and Reginald Hudlin, these people who redesigned the entire Black Panther story, who opened the door for me to talk with them. A lot of the urban design and urban planning that goes into creating the Wakanda in the films came from my urban studies work in the first decade of the 21st century. And so that process of using all of these elements that we've been talking about, they show up here in the Wakanda syllabus, and there are three much larger versions of it that you can also get access to online. But the biggest impact of this kind of work shows up with stuff like the Colored Conventions Project. And this is another MacArthur Grant Genius Award winner, is Gabrielle Forman at Penn State University. She went back and gathered all of the 19th century documents for colored conventions that sustained abolitionism. We learn about Frederick Douglass, we learn about Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman, William Lloyd Garrison. but there are thousands of Black people who organized every year to go and tear down enslavement in the United States. And the Color Convention site makes that entire movement visible for the first time to the entire world. And hundreds of scholars, including some of my students, have contributed new essays to this site. And so I can't urge you strongly enough to engage with this virtual archive. Of course, most recently, in the last 2 years, Tim Fielder and I, with the New York City Department of Education, have published The Graphic History of Hip Hop, celebrating 50 years of hip hop culture. It has gone massively viral, multiple billions of people picking up different copies and elements and using them in school instruction. Been honored by the United Nations thanks to Ronaldo and his team of international activists. Put together work at the National Museum of African American History, the Met Museum in New York. It's been so overwhelming for the last year. It hasn't even been a full year yet, but we can't keep up with the demand for graphic histories. And so there have been over 2 million comics published about untold histories through New York City. And if we can build curriculum for folks in community centers or libraries in Indianapolis or anywhere, that's what Graphic History Company is dedicated to, is to take our knowledge and transition it into images and sounds that more people can learn from. And so my last piece is on this new site from James Madison University. This came out earlier this year, Mapping Black Digital and Public Humanities. They have collected thousands of these projects all around the United States, really around the world as you start to see the submissions. But this archive can show you all the different ways to build whatever you want to create in this area. And so this is literally evolving minute by minute Afrofuturist design. How do we actually preserve and protect and fund our work for not just us or our kids or our grandkids, but for huge, innumerable generations forward? How do we actually create the world that we should have? The best world where all of us have safety, have comfort, have food, energy, clothing, shelter. This is the way we can get there. So thank you for letting me be a part of the presentation. I urge everybody to share questions with me by email. I'm very available online, but I really appreciate it. I will stop the share and make way for whoever is up next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Grayson. That was fantastic. We're going to have to bring you back again when you are not under the weather, you're feeling well, and that we can, dive into all the projects because you are really doing some powerful work. And you are a great example of Afrofuturist real time, that missing decade or so, you were not missing, you were doing the work that has been built upon so wonderfully. And I thank you for sharing that history. A lot of Black cultural work is hidden. We're constantly being asked, where, where's the evidence of our presence and our contributions? And public policy in this country has been so detrimental and devastating to not only erasing whole towns through highways and other things, pipelines and oil refineries and everything else that they can think of to put in our neighborhoods, morgues, etc., cop cities. I can go on, but also the work that people like you are doing is hidden as well. We are not alone. People are not we're not reinventing the wheel. We're actually addressing problems in our own communities across the country all the time. As the archive you were talking about, that Dr. Gabrielle Thorman has done to show those Black societies and organizations and the work that they were doing to get us free, to liberate us. All of this is a part of it.
Can
So
I
I
take
thank you
one
for that.
minute, 1 minute just to say thank you to Danian Jerry, who is my exceptional co-editor for Illmatic Consequences. When we worked with Universal Right Press last year on this, he's just a genius and is the future of our field. Um, and I know you that is your husband, and so I don't mean
I'm
to,
biased.
yes, but no, but very rightly so. But exceptional, brilliant, creative mind and critical analyst. And so I wanted to say thank you to him for all the
Thank
work he
you.
continues to do.
Oh, we really appreciate that. Thank you. Dr. Grayson.
Thank you, Dr. Grayson.
Oh, great. I was gonna say, is there a question? Oh, look, he's on there. Okay, Danny.
And and Walter, you have persuaded me to address Abdullah Kalamat stuff in my own manuscript. You finally persuaded me. I'm gonna address that gap, but that's more ideological because I don't float with the Marxists that much. But you have made a solid, legitimate argument for that gap, and I shall address it.
All right. I love this. Do you see how this collaboration is happening in real time? Okay. Okay, Kepra.
So
All right.
Kepra has helped make some peace.
All right. Bridging the gaps and those pathways that Dr. Grayson talked about. I mean, so we have like an example of forensic Afrofuturism, I guess, like you going back through the archives, finding out, fraudulent, real estate practices, sort of like the heirs property that they keep, trying to steal and gentrify, the South Carolina and Georgia Sea Islands, and et cetera, and using that history, finding it to make a great impact on the present and the future, putting that land back in the hands of the rightful owners. That's wonderful, wonderful work. Are there any questions for Dr. Grayson before we say goodbye to him for now, but not goodbye forever? All right, thank you so much, Dr. Grayson. We're gonna have Yatasha. I keep adding honorific doctorates on people. I had given Kayla Alston one from the community. And now we have Yatasha Womack, who has done enough work to be also a doctorate at this point. Thank you so much. Coming all the way from Chicago, Illinois. All right. And I just want to just say, because Yatasha is always having so many different things that she is doing, that I'm going to mention the most recent things that I know of. She is the creator and inspiration for Naya in the Multiverse, which is a powerful animated, and I think it's also live action too, somewhat, right? Film that is not only started and created at the Adler Planetarium, but it is also will be touring other spaces and museums. Hopefully maybe one day it'll come to Memphis. That would be amazing to have it there. She also has 2 upcoming books, The Afrofuturist Evolution, Creative Paths to Self-Development. So she gave us the cultural study book on Afrofuturism, and now she's coming back with a companion volume that looks at self-development and creative paths through Afrofuturism. And she also has a graphic novel called Black Cube that comes out of Megascope, which is John Jennings' special imprint out of Abrams. So do check those 2 books out. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. This is exciting. It's great to be here with you all. I have to say, it's a pleasure to be sharing with you. I was in Canada for the Cosmic Northside event that Ronaldo mentioned earlier. Last weekend, we were both there, among many of the Canadian Afrofuturists. And while I was there, I got to think of myself as being a North American. So it's, and now that we're here in this digital space, I being from Chicago, everyone who's there at the Keffer Center being in Indiana, now we get to think of ourselves, some of us as being Midwestern, being of African descent in the Midwest, or transgressing through the Midwest, and what that means. And Cherie, I am from Chicago. I was not responsible for those edits that were taking place on the Afrofuturism Wikipedia page. It was not me.
But just like trying to recreate it, and they were the first force that made it online without being erased again.
Right. No, I hear you. But so nevertheless, I just have to say I'm really happy to be sharing with you, because one of the in writing about, well, let me start sharing some slides first, but what I want to say is, in writing about Afrofuturism, one of the things I'm hyper aware of is this focus on the translocal. as well as this focus on the international. Afrofuturism's blossoming is in part because of the relationships between those two dynamics, these community-rooted practices and spaces. I came through those kinds of spaces, some of which I'll talk a little bit about, and also this recognition that our relationships to space and time throughout the African diaspora, whether we're in Indianapolis, or we're in Bahia, or we're in Lagos, or we're in Paris, that we are looking at space-time relationships, and we are informed literally by where we are, but also by what we bring with us. And that your space-time relationship to how you think about futures is in part going to be shaped by where you are, and that relationship to the actual local space. But that said, that does not mean that these relationships across the world are not complementary within the diaspora and on the continent. I always like to emphasize that when we talk about Afrofuturism, because for me, Afrofuturism, the term, just hearing the word itself, really anchored how I thought about it. It drove home so many of the things that I had grown up with. My interest in science, my interest in dance, my interest in history, the relationship between community, talking about futures and aspiration, but also being curious about African technologies, some that may have seemed in the past, or this feeling of what was mentioned earlier about the ahistorical, this dynamic of futures and past and presence constantly informing one another. Some of those things I didn't always have a language for until I heard the word Afrofuturism. So I was in an experience, as many of you were, but the term just sort of said, wait a second, because the terms Africa and future are sometimes positioned as opposites. Africa sometimes being positioned as something that's in a past that you're reaching towards or trying to get back to, and then future obviously being on a time that we're moving towards. But when you think about that, that very word is anchored in what we call Sankofa, which the Sankofa energy, that Akan term for bringing the best of the past into the future, or there's no problem with looking back. You must look back in order to move forward. The term Afrofuturism really brings that together. And I'm forever grateful for the work that people have done to popularize that term, and bring it to not just the forefront of my mind, for it to anchor and synergize things for me, but to move forward. So let me share a few slides with you here. All right. Great. Everyone can sort of see some of these images. Let's go back a bit. All right, so this was my book, Afrofuturism, The World of Black Sci-Fi and Fantasy Culture. It came out at the tail end of 2013, which was an interesting period. Social media is really ramping up at this time. And the book itself came out in a moment where you have the Barack Obama's, this is his first administration. You have the excitement around a burgeoning comic book scene, a Black comic book scene, and you have this show called The Shadow Takes Shape that's taking place in Harlem, which is like this artistic visual retrospective. And you have other anthologies and pieces that were coming out. So it was a fascinating time for the book to come out, and very synergetic. But for me personally, as I started going around talking about this subject and engaging with people, particularly because I had an arts background, and so many of the people who I met in Afrofuturism before I knew the term Afrofuturism were artists, it came to me that there's our relationship to Afrofuturism as theory, and then there's the practice of that theory in the arts. And there are many artists and thinkers who were doing a little bit of both, where some of their ideas about space and time and Black futures were evident in the songs that they're creating, in the dances that they're creating, in some of these broader sort of artistic practices. So when Afrofuturism, the term, continues to sort of gain momentum, there's so much evidence of it in the culture that for many people, it's like walking in the midst of something, and then suddenly, you realize that you were connected to these ideas all the time. Afrofuturism is not this thing outside of you that you must get to a future to move to, but it is within you and to be revealed. So the book, as I mentioned, is The Afrofuturist Evolution, Creative Paths of Self-Discovery. It'll be coming out in February. I wish I could show you guys the really cool cover, but we have to do like a special debut for it, so I can't show it just yet. There have been some really fascinating moments in recent years around Afrofuturism. As I'm sure some of you know, Afrofuturism, A History of Black Futures, was this sort of forward-facing retrospective about Afrofuturism at the National Museum of African American History and Culture, the prominent museum at the Smithsonian itself. It was one of their most popular exhibits. Several million people saw the exhibit, and it had everything in there from the wardrobe of a George Clinton to some of the a space harp played by Sun Ra that was made by Phil Coran out of the AACM Jazz Collective history. You had spacesuits or NASA uniforms, and you had typewriters by Octavia Butler, and then you had art from the Dogon, mentioning their relationship to Sirius B, a reference to Egypt, ancient Egypt, and so many of the metaphors from ancient Egypt and the stories about space and time and their beliefs that have sort of found themselves in the stories of people of the diaspora. And quite a few people on this call contributed essays to that as well. As you can see, you have Ronaldo Anderson here, and myself, John Jennings, whose name you'll hear frequently too. I wrote a book called Black Panther, A Cultural Exploration that came out last year, this month actually. And this book was a people's history of the comic. It did reference the syllabus that Walter spoke to. And this people's history was important in understanding the zeitgeist of how this comic came to, how the Black Panther comic book came into being as a film. And it was significant in part because when the film came out, so many people were like, what comic book? So you had these diehard fans who knew about the comic, and then you had other people who didn't know about the comic and then felt bad because if they had known about the comic, they would have certainly purchased it. But the reason they didn't know about the comic is because it wasn't always out. It was not published consistently until more recent years, and you could have grown up in a decade like the 80s and never ran across the Black Panther comic at all. So this book engaged stories of people who did find the comic or did find Black Panther. And interestingly, I talked to a gentleman named Floyd Webb, who's a historian and film curator here in the Chicagoland area. He said he remembered seeing Black Panther in the Fantastic Four issue that came out in 1966. And he said when he saw it, he said, oh, this is a comic about Patrice Lumumba. This is sort of a reference to him and this vibranium that's like a metaphor for the Congo and all of the minerals. And the reason he had that connection is because he was so accustomed to, as a kid, seeing comic strips and Black newspapers that taught Black history. And I just think that's an interesting point of connectivity to make. Because comics, as was mentioned earlier, played a really pivotal role in sustaining some of these ideas that we now describe as Afrofuturism. I have a language where I talk about the value of the imagination to transform circumstances and the value that that has had in Black communities. And a lot of that language is shaped for me out of growing up in a spiritual community that taught metaphysics. And they taught metaphysics through what they called New Thought philosophy. And I grew up in this. My grandmother came of age in this as an adult. My mom and my dad. So there was a family language around being future forward, and knowing that you could use your imagination to imagine things that you would want, ideally raising your vibration, meditating, connecting with the energy of things, and still being in community with people, realizing that your individual aspirations still had to be in harmony with both community and the earth. And there was a language around being not quite, there was a language around your primary identity being a spiritual one, but it's also a way of, it's also a way of coming to understand and know yourself outside of the parameters of in the physical space that we occupy. And so I mentioned that in part because there's someone earlier in at the Institute who mentioned, well, what are some spiritual paths, or what are some ways to connect? Some of my hopes with this new book is that I mentioned different ways that artists or thinkers have talked about imagination, or have talked about visioning, have talked about space and time, how they've talked about story, and looking at elements through dance and music that speak to these sort of sometimes rituals, but sometimes this sort of cosmic identity that transcends the spaces that we're actually in. And how that has informed people, or what the language is that different artists, whether they were in hip hop or jazz or an anthropologist who became a dancer, how they thought about these ideas. This is a piece I did called Rayla 2212. When I first began researching for the book Afrofuturism, this story came to me about a woman who was living on a future world, and she both time traveled and she was going into previous lifetimes. So it was a way of sort of mixing the science fiction with a type of mysticism, a way of thinking I realized it was very natural for me, but also one that I felt was particularly rooted in the fact that this word Afrofuturism pushed me out of any sense of limitation around genre or boundaries around what you could mix artistically. And the project that Cherie mentioned, Naya and the Multiverse, which is at the Adler Planetarium in Chicago and is available at other planetariums. So, if you guys want to do a planetarium night, there's a planetarium near you. You could rent the film, and I can, give you names and so forth for you to do that. But the project is really, it's a sky show, which means it's on one of these big planetarium domes, and it's about a young girl who wants to become a astrophysicist. She wants to learn about space, but she's also thinking about her history. She's thinking about these ideas that she's heard from her parents and her grandparents about the crossroads and the cosmogram. But simultaneously, she also meets her future self and learns multiverse theory. So this project was one where it was an opportunity to merge both these African diasporic ways of knowing around space-time, along with multiverse theory. And both, as you well know, can become incredibly trippy. And then the other book that was mentioned is called Black Cube. And this is one illustrated by Tana Tucker. And it takes two Egyptian gods of the night who are curating an art gallery, or curating lives across time. So For me, Afrofuturism is it's a way of thinking about futures and alternate realities through these Black cultural lenses. I always mention how it intersects imagination and liberation and technology and mysticism. But as a thinker and a creative, it's really sort of anchored a lot of connections to both African cosmologies and then simultaneously thinking about space and how the contemplation of space and nature transforms who we are, where we are, and comes across in storytelling. So I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of artists over the years across the world who are thinking about these ideas, and it's rooted in their practices and the pieces that they create. And there's nothing more joyous, I think, than being someone who's from Chicago or being from Indiana, and then you're meeting someone who's from the Ivory Coast, you're meeting someone who's from South Africa, and you're talking about the same ideas, sometimes in different languages, but you're informed by these same space-time practices, and you realize that so much in your culture, you thought maybe you lost the language or you're disconnected from it, but it's all around you in these practices and these songs and the way you gather and the way we're speaking and the rhythm and the texture. And as you connect, it comes to life and blossoms. And storytelling becomes a great way, or creativity becomes a great way of just putting it in this form and then looking at it and saying, well, wait a second. There's more to this here. Is this fantasy reflective of a larger philosophy, or can I work out these ideas about futures and space and just through story? And how am I transformed by creating these stories, and how are these stories transforming me? This is Nona Hendricks, who I'm sure you all are familiar with, part of LaBelle, but also very much an Afrofuturist, and recently put together a month-long series of events at the Lincoln Center, everything from a talking AI head that identified as a Black woman who we could ask questions to having virtual reality headsets with a concert that she curated, and George Clinton had a concert on a headset that he created. And it's an opportunity to see the worlds of the music that so many of these artists whose works we're familiar with have put together. Sun Ra, who is frequently mentioned in Afrofuturist thought, is one of the biggest references. This is him actually with Henry Dumas. Interestingly, we associate Sun Ra as seen as being this pivotal figure in Afrofuturism, and then Henry Dumas, who wrote Ark of the Bones and other projects, and unfortunately passed away or was killed at a younger age. He is credited with being something that we call Afro-surreal. And so while Afrofuturism is so, and so Summer used to say, it's after the end of the world, don't you know that yet, right? And one of the things we like to think about in Afrofuturism with respect to time is that the world already ended. There have been many ends, and one of the ends from our cultural standpoint is the transatlantic slave trade, the point of colonialism. That was a kind of rock bottom. And everything after that is a post-apocalypse that we're moving out of. Now, when you think about Afro-surrealism, and one of the creator of the Afro-surrealist manifesto would say that this elements of fantasy or the fantastic or some of this over the topness, this mix of, say, a Prince and his flourishes, along with the surrealist, this sort of dreamy storytelling in The Invisible Man. If you mash that together, or you mash that with the sort of over the topness sometimes you see with hip hop stylings, and then the bombasticness of Carnival, all of that is evident of the fabulous coming forth in what feels like a fog. So if you're out of the apocalypse, and now you're in the post-apocalypse, and you're in this sort of hazy space, the evidence of the future is coming from these spots of the fantastic. But it feels very dreamlike, and yet it's quite real. But all of this is evidence and things that you build upon to move towards a future. It's an interesting way of thinking about things. And here we see both Sun Ra and Henry Dumas. So if you think of that framing, it's a ahistorical piece of moving out of a time into a surreal time that's then moving into a new one. Carnegie Hall's Afrofuturism Fest, I, along with Cherie and Ronaldo and several others, helped to cultivate this showcase of music artists on Carnegie Hall stage, in addition to a lot of national and international panels and talks and events. And all of this is coming out of the pandemic era. And you look at this image, it's actually put together by Quentin Versetti, who coordinated the Cosmic Northside Conference in Canada. He did this image, and it's literally, you have a figure based in part off of Sun Ra, who is busting through the roof of Carnegie Hall, speaking to moving through these limitations, right? The roof is on fire, but not. And here you're busting through this limitation about what music is, what space is, how it functions, where it is. And so these kinds of images, they get us, they excite you. And these sorts of stories, they ignite something within us that either connects us to a childhood, or it connects us to the mystical, or it connects us to the fantastic. And that relationship to the world is one we've sometimes been socialized out of. People ask me, how did I get into Afrofuturism? And I say that I was always an Afrofuturist, but some of the first images I saw as a kid were Parliament Funkadelic album covers, Earth, Wind and Fire album covers. People's like, oh, how could you think about Egypt and these space ideas? And I'm thinking, how could I not? Thinking about space and the ancient world or ancient Black worlds was not difficult for me, because so much of the art or the pieces I was looking through in my attic, the artifacts from these different times spoke to it. And those images were so compelling. I think about The Wiz, and that film being one that, as a child, watching The Wiz was annual viewing, in the same way that watching the miniseries Roots was annual viewing. And here, in both cases, I'm looking at a kid who feels that they're lost, one who's stolen from a home and is always trying to get back, another who discovers who they are and is able to return. And those stories for me, they were kidnapping stories for me. As a kid, it's very scary to see someone just ripped out of a world. And then to realize that one is a fantastic kind of metaphysical storytelling about connecting with aspects of yourself to become whole. And the other is a streamlined story, which I connect to, which speaks to a heritage that speaks to my own heritage. Looking at those as a child, how could one not be Afrofuturist? So I think about the value of these stories, these images. Sometimes there are people who say, oh, fantasy, imagination, there's what difference does it make? Oh, it makes a big difference. When you're in these tough circumstances, I think about being in the pandemic and being so grateful for artists, so grateful for the art on my wall, so grateful for the music that people had created that I could listen to, and so I could be immersed in a world and get a kind of refresh to move forward. That's what some of these stories do, and some of this imagery. And a person like a Sun Ra, literally recognizing that he's from a different planet. And that's why he feels this sense of alienation on Earth. Oh, and also he's supposed to help people raise the frequencies through music, and that justifying the music that's coming to him that in some ways would sound alien to others, experimenting with these other sounds and early electronic music. So much of this is a part of our heritage. And so when we talk about futures and visionaries, and we think about the hard work of, say, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, or we're thinking about, all these sort of social movements, people working in the arts, someone like a Sun Ra was running parallel to these Black arts movements or these Black power movements. This idea of looking to the mystical or looking to the imaginative to inform yourself, I think is a process that we can all appreciate and connect to. So, I mean, I can show you guys images for hours, but I'm open to questions here. There's Alice Coltrane, Idris Ackamore and the Pyramids, Earth, Wind, and Fire, George Clinton. All of these are evidence of space-time relationships, and the music and the soothing reminders that we are not limited to the here and now, but that we can be informed by these space-time relationships that have helped our cultures to transcend and move forward.
Thank you so much, Natasha. You really given us like a preview, I think, maybe a little sneak peek into your books. The Afrofuturism one and the brand new one that's coming out in February. So this is wonderful. Thank you for sharing all of this. We're gonna have to pour over these slides later.
I know. I've got like 1,000 of them, so I could just I'll step away here. Thanks.
Yeah, this
Stop
is
share.
great. And it's also just a
Thanks.
reminder that it's the music and the art that also was the kind of the art at least was part of the inspiration for coining for Mark Derry, the cultural critic, coining the term Afrofuturism, that music and art, and also for the other pillars. I think for myself, I mean, other people may have their own list of Afrofuturist pillars, but I usually think of Mark Derry, of course, for creating that conversation while he was looking at Black musicians, Black dancers, Black graffiti artists in New York City, and seeing how they're noticing the connections between their work and science fictional imagery and themes and ideas, but also the great, people that came before who were already, like you said, doing the work before the terms were being discussed in that way. Sun Ra and Henry Dumas, who we will be discussing next month with the Kepra book discussion. We're going to be looking at Henry Dumas's short story collection, Echo Tree, that was edited by the great Eugene Redman, who has done a great deal to keep his work alive in the world. But also just looking at all of these visual artists, right? And how the art is an expression of our aspirations for the future, and also helping us understand the present. One of the things that we talked about beyond the slides was your amazing insights that you were doing on climate change, Afrofuturism and climate change, and also looking at health, like looking at nutrition and things like that. I didn't know if you wanted to give us a little bit of that before.
Oh, sure. No, thank you for that. Yes, several weeks ago, I was a part of an Afrofuturism climate change conference. And one of the beauties of it was it gave me, well, there were a lot of students who were from Bennett College who were brought to Chicago to visit different urban farms. And these are community farms, people growing things and sharing meals. And for me, now this might sound odd for some of you, but it was my first experience actually having a farm to table dinner in the city. where the food had been grown there. I'm sitting on the land where the food was grown. The food is being made there and it's being served. And, to feel the essence of the wind, the taste of, food that's indigenous to the region, the flavors, even the roar of the train going by, the conversation. It was a way of connecting with the land when it was an indigenous space. And so one of my insights recently in thinking about climate change, because I am a storyteller, is this recognition that many of us of African descent here have migrated to these spaces, and we're on indigenous land. Many of us, what we know about land is coming from the spaces where we lived before. If some of us were in the South and we moved north, there's some trauma associated with this relationship with land, right? Because of the expectations that you were supposed to work it. But then there's also a kind of knowledge that we're bringing with us. Sometimes it's associated with cash crops. And sometimes it's just the things that we were taught to grow, and we're bringing it into spaces like all the other migratory people coming into various spaces. And when we do grow things, we're growing what we're bringing with us, not always with the knowledge of the indigenous plants of the area and living off of that. So even for a lot of my colleagues who do a lot of, say, urban farming, in a space like Chicago, sure, they're growing a lot of different things, but many of the things they're growing aren't necessarily indigenous to the region. And there's not a lot of, and so for me, it gets into this question of what is our relationship to land and environment and our relative disconnect to the stories of the land. Most of those stories, not just being the migratory stories, some of those we know, but the indigenous stories about the land and just a relative knowledge about what grows naturally where we are. I was talking to a friend of mine. I was having a lot of fun drinking all this dandelion tea. And a friend of mine who's an indigenous writer and scholar was saying, oh yeah, dandelions are great, but they're not indigenous to America. I was like, they aren't? I was like, right. Or the reminders that yellow corn, which, if you live in the Midwest, you drive outside the cities, you can see it as far as the eye can see. Corn comes in many colors and variations. Focusing on the yellow corn is a cash crop focus. And so, and then, so you're like, well, wait a second. Well, what grows here in this region? And so I was, when I did a talk recently, I asked some of the people in the audience, I said, does anyone know what grows here naturally? And what was here before? And, we're naming things like mulberry bushes we saw in the past, or, some people saw a pear tree when they were kids. I mean, it was a wide variation of knowing that, but then more specifically, what was the story of the land? And I talked about, I referenced being in Dakar, and Dakar is in Senegal, it's on the coast, and you have the ocean and the rivers. Well, you have the ocean, and there's these spirits along the ocean, and people have relationships with these spirits. They pay homage to these spirits. It's symbolic. And I remember thinking, I was like, well, what's the spirit in Lake Michigan? Oh, that would be an indigenous story. Oh, that would be a Potawatomi story. And I did some digging and I found the story, and it was a story of a water panther. It's actually a story I put in the Black Panther book. I mentioned it when I was talking about just stories about panthers. It's a water panther in Lake Michigan. And if anyone's been around the Great Lakes, you know how cold they are. It could be 90 degrees and they're still pretty cold. It has an interesting sort of a powerful undertow. There's a wisdom and a grace to it, but also a litheness that reminded me of a panther. And then it talked about how this panther sometimes tussled with the hawk. And if you've been, many of you have been to Chicago, you felt the wind cutting around corners, and that actual wind being the hawk flying. And I never knew that was an indigenous story. And so for me, yes, we need to work on carbon emissions. Yes, we need to make sure we're recycling. There's a lot of things, both from a community standpoint and from a geopolitical standpoint, that need to be done to fight climate change and to make greater strides around environmental justice. But some of the reasons why we have these issues and people default to greed is because there is not a valuing of the story of the land and of the environment. So one of the things I've just been asking people is just to, think about what grows naturally in the region, what can grow in the region harmoniously, and then and just giving that, and then what are some of the stories, the indigenous stories of the actual land itself. And again, sometimes this is tough because when you're a migratory person and you've migrated to different places, we're coming from, there's the transatlantic slave trade, and then sometimes there's the Great Migration, or there's these migrations to other places. And this idea that you don't know the story of the land is almost like saying you're never home. And that can make you feel a little uncomfortable. You're like, hey, wait a minute now. We work this land. And we can go through all the stories about the blood in the land and this and that. And that shouldn't have to. And there's all this kind of, trauma or unresolved emotions around it. But I feel part of the healing is knowing the stories. Other thing, which I know Cherie wanted me to mention, a physician of mine, and not just my physician, but a lot of studies have been saying that, people of African descent need to take vitamin D. And you guys have probably heard this, taking vitamin D. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, vitamin D, got it. We need more sun, et cetera, et cetera. But it's a little deeper than that. Being people who come from, whose histories are from spaces that are closer to the equator, we just need way more sunlight. And so my physician literally has this globe in his office, and I saw it, and it says, it's a big circle, and it's lined like, I don't know, just above, I don't know, maybe central Georgia. And it's like anything below this line is a danger zone. And I was like, what's he talking about? And he's literally saying that if you are a person of African descent and you're living anywhere north of southern Georgia, you are not getting enough sunlight. And vitamin D deficiency has been attributed to a lot of health complications. And so what kind of clicked for me, and this is my interpretation, it's backed by science, but just take it as my interpretation, and I'll tell you what my physician said. It's like, you could be outside all day long and you're literally not getting enough sunlight because as melanated people, we just need way more. So some of these health disparities that we've been attributing to solely to diet and to socioeconomic divide, and that's a part of it. But the other is just this exposure to sunlight. And the way to combat that is to take way more vitamin D. And you're like, okay, vitamin D, 1,000 IU, 2,000 IU. If you guys go into the grocery stores, you'll see, 2,000, 5,000. My physician actually said a minimum of 10,000 IU is what you would need. I was like, 10,000. Now, everybody I know taking vitamin D, nobody's taking 10,000 IU minimally. And I was like, well, I'm taking 15. I misheard it. And he's like, oh, that's fine, but at least 10,000 a day. And you could buy it, a tablet can be 5,000, 2,000, 1,000. You find something for 10,000. I'm just sharing this because this is newer information, and I've been looking at, different studies, and it was like, oh yeah, more vitamin D deficiency causes this, it causes that, it causes this, it causes that. I just started thinking, wow, so many of our populations have been living where we've been living for a really long time. And nobody's mentioned anything about vitamin D until the past several years. And they sure as heck weren't saying 10,000 IU. So I'm just relaying that if you want to, look into it more or talk to physicians, whatever, please do so. I'm not a doctor, but I did feel like that was something to share. So in the same way that people who are less melanated need to have a lot of sunscreen when they're getting closer to the equator, is the same way you have to get more vitamin D because you are not in those areas. So that's just something I'm sharing. Thank you very much. I am not a physician. Feel free to ask around.
I really appreciate you, adding that into your wonderful presentation, because the thing that that I'm aware of is that Afrofuturism can have many, many roles and be a powerful tool of discovery, of exploration and research. And we've seen it even just from the presentations today, how Afrofuturism as a critical lens, as a way of looking at geopolitical processes, as a way of looking at how technology can help add more light to the to things that have been hidden or erased, right? How it can be used for public policy. We need it also in the health area. We need Afrofuturists in the health community. We know that there are scientists, people who are biologists, and others who are doing some of this work, but we need more thought about it, because we know that the sciences and health issues have been used in a eugenics kind of way, right? We know that it's been used in a dystopic kind of way, but we need more people who are being thoughtful about our present health conditions, the environment around that, and how thinking about where we're going to be in the future physically can affect us. Like, they're making changes now, even with like the algorithm that determines whether or not you get a kidney transplant or not, right? People have been complaining for many years that the algorithm did not take into account the specific physiology of most people of African descent. And so that something that is a natural baseline for them was being treated as a way to say, oh, you don't need a transplant with the kind of urgency that other people might have. And we actually did. And so you had lots of people who were losing their lives because of an algorithm that was not racially conscious, right? And not rooted in our actual physical presence. We need Afrofuturists in those spaces, especially when you're talking about Black maternity, infant mortality rates and things like that. We're talking about environmental racism. The water is still not clean in Flint. It's not great in Jackson. They're trying to destroy it in my hometown as well, Memphis and other places. Like, we need Afrofuturists in those other spaces. So thank you for that great reminder. And I guess get your vitamin D and your K so that you can absorb that amount of vitamin D in your bodies as well. Our speaker, if we have any questions for Yatasha. Oh, yes,
I
it's
know I
free.
want to co-sign. I want to co-sign what she said on the development piece, especially in therapy. Many of you know Andrew Rollins. He said when he was in the Black Panther Party, and it was apparent that they were about to be defeated, that the music and the vibrational sounds of Sun Ra helped him not to commit suicide. And that's why I think there are people moving in this area around development and even therapy in relation to Afrofuturism.
I have a question, and it can be for anyone, but I mean, like, it's been very rich, and I want to say thank you to everyone that's presented, and to Cherie and Rasul. But my question is, we're getting ready to launch an early childhood development center, ages 3 to 5. And I want to know, how do y'all think about Afrofuturism as it relates to childhood development, and what would be some things you would recommend? I mean, I heard a lot of things that I'm thinking about, but just want to know what y'all think.
I mean, I would probably just say the design of the space, being one that, of course, supports curiosity, but artwork that points to space, is really transcendent for kids. I mean, I think the artwork that points to space and other places. These are things that have a great, help stretch the imagination, and a lot of movement, dance-based kinds of movement, yoga, exercise. I think sometimes I taught when I was writing the Afrofuturism book, I was teaching kindergarten kids how to dance at the same time. So this sort of dance energy of exposing them to so much and getting them into movement so that their bodies start kind of getting conditioned and pushing past a sense of limitation. I found that there's so many lessons and rhythms and movement that help empower kids in their confidence. And oddly enough, that kind of thing helps them talk about space, even outer space, a little easier.
Thank you.
Follow-up question. This is Imhotep. Well, first, thank you. It's been great. Take you back to your presentation about your family and the practices. I was a little unclear about what you were communicating relates to your family and growing up and language. If you could say a little bit more about that, I would appreciate it. And then you talked about Fantastic Four and how one of the members may have been representing Patricia Lumumba. And for those in the room who may not be aware of that particular history, if you could just touch on that a little bit, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Well, so coming up in this spiritual community around metaphysics, the particular philosophy was called New Thought philosophy. And that philosophy, as I learned it, was taught in the context of a church. And the person who led that church was a woman named Reverend Johnny Coleman, very much an Afrofuturist. And she talked a great deal about the power of the mind. She talked about, you've heard of different chakra systems. They talked about a form of the chakras that you would see in Ayurvedic medicine or in Eastern context, but they talked about it as a set of 12 powers. But it was the same sort of idea of there being these energy centers in your body, which you could speak to, which both had a faculty, an idea, a color. In some ways, I guess you could say it's almost like the Orishas, right? But they weren't quite, there was no dance associated with these with these particular faculties of mind, or aspects of the universe. They were just talking about energy centers in the body. There was a language we were taught about around the imagination itself, to think about your ability to imagine as a kind of power that you had, and that being your imagination being a real space. And it's a real space because of how it informs you, but it also can project things. So to be mindful of what you're thinking or what you're imagining, because you could in some ways be bringing it about, or at least bringing the sense of it into your life. You could be normalizing things based on what you happen to imagine. Now, of course, there's a lot of people who debate all of this and say, that's hogwash. But that sort of language made me value the imagination as a faculty of mind, as a kind of power, as a thing like, oh, wow, this is a valid space, this is a valid ability. It's an ability that could be used to create things that could, give you ideas. There was language around ideas coming to you. And oh, wow, if you have an idea, then you want to work and focus on the idea and build on the idea. So we're encouraged to build on ideas, and encouraged to imagine things that you may want, not just like, hey, I want a car, but imagine things you would like in your life or where you would like to be, and thinking about stepping into that sort of space. So it was a language for, so in that sense, it was an empowering sort of thing. And so when I say, when you're like, well, what do you mean a language? It was something that was discussed a lot. And they're just basic steps that you were sort of taught to invoke the powers of your imagination, right? So that was something that was very normal for me. And as an adult, when I got into spaces where the imagination wasn't valued, or there wasn't a language around talking about it, I found that very interesting, because it's like we imagine all the time. We're always thinking something or another and have images or feelings that are associated with it. It doesn't have to be, I'm imagining I'm on a spaceship flying to Saturn, but you're always thinking about something. And this thinking is, can become its own world and its own framework that then lives with you, whatever it may be. It could be the fear of something to come. It could be the joy of what's next. But those emotions impact you in real time, whatever it is you're imagining. Sometimes it's a release. But sometimes if you keep thinking of those images over and over again, it does become a part of your kind of existence. That's why we talk of, one of the values of having so many Afrofuturist images is that when people see those images, they start thinking about them and it becomes a part of their world. We're in an environment now. If I ask someone to imagine a spaceship, they're going to imagine something they saw on film. They're not going to come up with some image that no one's ever seen before in most cases. If I say, imagine an astronaut, you have a look about, you're going to imagine someone who's in a NASA astronaut outfit in most cases. So we tend to reimagine things that we've already seen, which isn't exactly imagining. It's a regurgitating of an image. Now, if I say, mix it with this and that, or, and so that's one thing, us remixing sets of images, but that's also why it's sometimes difficult for someone to imagine a Black female president, or it's hard for them to, envision a healthy society where everyone gets along. They say they haven't seen it. And sometimes, and because they haven't seen it anywhere, they've seen purple pandas, they've seen, flying monkeys, but they can't imagine these things that can be a little more rooted. And what they're really saying is that they haven't seen it before, and they haven't tapped into the ability to work it into their framework and their world. So thinking about these far out images, it just kind of shifts the landscape for you. As far as Patrice Lumumba goes, and being a leader in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, leading a resistant movement, being the intellectual leader, and wanting to and being very much aware of the resources that the country had, and him being, assassinated. He was a person who had a vision. He was not sexist. He had a work very much in community and wanted something that was very basic, which was for the people in his nation to have some level of self-determination, and the ability to shape their own futures. So I just thought it was fascinating that a 13-year-old kid in 1966 would be looking at this comic, and because he's reading Black newspapers, he's aware of these liberation efforts. And when he reads this comic, he's like, oh, this has to refer to this is like a creative version of a real person. And what's interesting, if you look at pictures of the early Black Panther comics and you look at Lumumba, they do look similar. Initially, when they wanted to call the Black Panther character they wanted to call him oh gosh, now I'm forgetting what it is, but it was something like a specific kind of tiger, and you're just like, it wasn't like the black tiger, but something comparable. And it was the same phrase that was being used to describe like these African liberation movements at the time, the same way people talked about other sort of uprisings. And so there's probably more informing the evolution of that character. And that character was not created by Black people. It was created by the heads of Marvel at the time. But they wanted to, speak to the kind of unrest and social change. And ironically, too, that character was named in the same year that the Black Panther movement was created. But the movement was officially created. The party was created maybe 2 months after the comic came out. So, but they both were likely influenced by the things the SNCC voter registration drives and movements that use the panther as a political symbol for a party in Alabama.
And thank you, Yatasha, for the great responses, reminding us of representation. Representation does absolutely matter. The independent Black press matters. We know that it was a major part of the early proto-science fiction, Black science fiction, especially the work of Black nationalist Martin Delany, being serially published in the Black press and others. So thank you so much for that. And also for the great talk about health and everything, climate change, and relying on indigenous wisdom as we shape our present and futures. So thank you. Our last speaker, presenter is, I know, I'm looking at you because you're not in the camera. I'm trying to figure out what you're doing. Okay. Oh, okay. Clarissa Clay, the founder and director, CEO of Blurred City Con. Also a former New York City educator for over 2 decades, as well as, what's the degree you just got? Film producer, a film producer as well. Thank you.
Masters of Fine.
I'm on camera. No. Let me just go sit next to, that's not my PowerPoint. This isn't your PowerPoint? No, it is not. Can I just go sit next to Ms. Paulette and I'll be in camera? Oh, you're in the camera. Oh, we don't see me.
We're gonna do some deep breathing.
Can we just go? Can Yeah, you pulled it up, so it should be up top. It says 2024 Blurred City. I don't see myself on camera. Okay. I don't see myself on the screen. Oh, yeah, you're not gonna see yourself on the screen. We're trying to put the PowerPoint.
I can see you though. This is Pambana out in the audience. I don't know if you can see yourself, but I see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to start. My name is Clarissa Clay. I'm the CEO and founder of Blurred City Con. And Blurred City is in Brooklyn, New York. Can I get a whoop? Thank you. Blurred, spelled BLERD, is Two words is black, BL from black, and ERD from nerd. So we celebrate the nerdiness and black folks from that perspective. And actually, Cherie may not know this, but I want to actually thank Cherie for inviting me and Capra Institute for hosting me also. Thank y'all both. I actually, when I went to Studio Museum of Harlem, they had a Afrofuturism exhibit, and the only name I think I didn't hear Yatasha say was Greg Tate, the former Greg Tate. There was a film, a documentary that was blending documentary and Afrofuturism um, storytelling in it, and I was like, "Ooh, I want to do a conference on this." And then I think I got the book in the bookstore, and I was reading about one of the artists, and I came across the word blurred. And I said, hold up, that's a word that describes me. Um, I kind of fell in the nerd world because that's who my father is, and that's who my family that raised me are. Um, I started first noticing, always love storytelling, and that's who I am. I mean, I think most people here can remember when Abbott and Costello was on, and I was like, hey, it's black and white, but there ain't no black people in here. And then one day they go to the back, the camera goes to the back of the bus, and who's sitting there singing is Ellis Fitzgerald. And I was like, and I was like, all excited because it was like, finally I'm represented. And that's what that whole age was. And I always went to storytelling, and storytelling as a way of saying, where am I being represented? Where am I, and what are our missing stories? That became so important to me. The imprint of seeing on a Jet magazine Emmett Till's photo, the before and after, that definitely, like, how could someone do this to someone? And that affected me, and I know it affected Rosa Parks, and but it affected me. Is like, I can't look at this world the same. Also, um Move Africa. I think one of the sons is going to be at Uncle Bobby's with Mark Lamont Hill, to talk about the movement from his parents, and that has always also affected me. And it always been this, there's something different. I'm raised in East New York, in Brooklyn, and to know that the news would say one thing about East New York, and then when I went out my door, the streets would tell me something different. Whatever they reported on the news was different from what I got from the streets. So that's when I learned early that there was a disconnect as to what is my community and another community's interpretation of my community. Afrofuturism has always been a part. As I was saying, my father was an influence on me. I started Star Trek. It's just like and Twilight Zone and all that stuff, and noticing like, oh, like over here. I was thinking recently about Arsenio Hall saying that he said he was looking at the Star Trek Next Generation. He said black people look messed up in the future. He said you got LeVar Burton, I forgot his character having a visor, and it's like the most beautiful thing on LeVar Burton is being blocked, and then you had Worf, who had that mushed up thing. He said, "What's up with the black people in the future?" And it's like and it's like, oh, there is a question. There are questions. How do we look in the future? How are we navigating that story? Not someone else navigating the story for us, but how it's told through our eyes. And that's what has always been like my empowering um like empowering me, because that's what I want, and that's how I created Blurred City. It is being taught, being done through the eyes of not just this black person, but just black people. I purposely say that I look for the experts, meaning like if you have a talent that I see, I immediately call you an expert, and I want you to come to the forefront and let the community know that you have this talent, that you have expertise in this particular skill or so forth. And that's what we do at Blurred City. So that's basically a little bit about me. I also have education. I've been a teacher, and one of the goals of me doing teaching was that there was people that touched my life, so I went into the classroom to touch other people's lives. Um, they say that there's if you know that you're a good teacher, no matter what you can like look up about me, I know who I am and I know what I've done. It says the three levels of a teacher, that they affect the child that's in front of them, that they affect the child's parent because the child goes home and also teaches their child, their parent, what you taught them. And then the next level is that that child grows up and teaches that child the way you taught them as a teacher. I've had that pleasure. I've had um students say that besides their parents and everything else, is that they've taught their child whatever I've taught them. So I've achieved that. So, but I went into the classroom because I wanted my face to be there to help. Um, so let's talk about this con that I do. It's called Blurred City. Okay. So um for as the CEO and owner, I've basically fund Blurred City through my different accounts or money or however I did it. It was just been pennies scraped together with nickels, and I didn't even get to a dime, but I still try to put it on. So there's been some ups and downs with Blurred City, but recently, yeah, and we're going to celebrate that, yeah. um Next year, April, it's actually April 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but we're doing 4th and the 5th at it's all at City Tech. It's called New York City College of Technology, but we call it City Tech for short in Brooklyn. I'm also an adjunct professor there, and we're actually getting it as a venue there. And I'm looking for a home for Blurred City, so this might be a place for it. This is as you can see, there's four people on my three people besides myself on the team. So literally a penny and a nickel has been getting this through. Um next slide. So next slide. So yes, I am definitely black. Everybody's going through that that little definition. I think I say black because of black power and what it means to me before I say African American. But if you like, you have to say something to somebody like, oh yes, I'm African American, but I'm first black and then definitely a woman. So it is being led by me. I like that aspect, and we do black and BIPOC around nerd culture. Next slide. And since 2017, didn't pull up. Oh, give it a minute. Sorry, it's buffering. I think if you could click on that, if you go back, it turns into a video so that you can see the one that was with the face. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you click on it, it might turn into a video. If not, we'll just go forward. I was trying to see to get you also to get some pictures. So we have cosplayers, we've had featured cosplayers, we've done panels around it. It's Blurred City is like built more like edutainment. Actually, it was a student that came up to me and said about my teaching style. She's like, Miss Clay, we need you for 8th grade. I was like, what you're talking about? She's like, we need you to teach us the way you taught us, because this teacher is not doing it. And what she meant and explained to me is that I use humor in the classroom, and it's a way of disarming them to make them feel comfortable in the classroom. And then she said, you hit us with the education and we're not like basically scared about it. And that's how Blurred City is set up. I want you to have fun, but I also going to have the social justice in it. From the first year, we talked about prison. We talked about, I'm also, have my own nerdiness. So I love martial arts. So I've been watching, like, I'm at old school martial arts. Anybody in this room? What? No, I meant older, like the Shaw Brothers kind of. You on the Shaw Brothers? That's what I'm talking about. You do the Shaw Brothers. That's what I'm talking about. You got the Five Deadly Venoms. That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, and Gordon Liu, because when I saw Gordon Liu and Kill Bill, I almost flipped. I was like, wow, look at that history that Quentin Tarantino did um in Kill Bill by having Gordon Liu and watching all of those films. So it's marrying those two things. Cherie just ended Yatasha's last piece by saying, like, not even knowing, but those are two panels that we're doing in 2025, one panel on water, because I've been wanting to do it for so long. Because yes, Flint is still not clean. Like, yo, when did this happen? And it's still not, community is still not have safe water, but it's to look at water throughout our country, from the Native Americans and being polluted from the oil. It's to look through the sea, the Gullah Islands, how they were basic, or sea islands, how they was getting land in the sea islands because they were not paying the water bill. And they was like, wait a minute, I don't even use your water. Why am I getting a water bill? But you taking my land because I didn't pay it, but I'm not using it. So all of that until, and also recently, about a year or so ago in Red Hook projects, they shut down all the water. I think it was like for a couple of weeks. So water, as an injustice to our people. I know recently we were last night we were in a school, and what came to mind is how much lead is still in the public school systems. And we know that lead destroys the brains. And we it's like, where's the activity or the heavy activity? Not just like, oh, we're testing for lead. And then it's like, but the children are still in the school, and you just only put a little thing over the water fountain, like, don't drink from that water fountain, but they probably have drunk from that water fountain. And what kind of damage have they done? And what continuous experimentation are you doing on our people? Because I think of it as warfare, and how we are attacked on many different levels. Next slide, please. So we have some goals, and we're glad that City College, City Tech has embraced us, and we are partnering with different clubs. One of the clubs is BMI, Black Male Initiative. So we're going to talk about health and wellness. That is also very much needed, because looking through the Black male um, health crisis, I should put we're not talking about prostate cancer, which we need to talk about. I've wanted to do this particular panel since a person I used to do had a juice bar in my neighborhood. He was just talking, like, while as I was getting my juice, but he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to another brother, but I ear hustle really good. And and he was talking about how brothers get higher percentage of medicine that starts to make them impotent. He was noticing the prostate cancer. He was noticing all these things, and all he was doing is just brothers was just coming to talk to him, and he was doing his own observation about the medical field. We also health and wellness for women about birth, because we're dying giving birth around the country. Not just that, doing abortion and everything, we're dying. And why are we at 2024 and still have a high number of Black females dying? We have the technology, we have the knowledge, what is happening, and we need to discuss it in a safe space. That's what Blurred City is also um, created for, is for us to have a safe space to speak and talk and commune, because that's the most and I'm thinking of, like, in the 90s when brothers would be on the corner and we called it building. They wasn't hanging out. They was challenging each other and talking with each other. I miss that a lot. So that's kind of interwoven into Blurred City too. Next slide. I'm trying to get to, let's see if we could do a little video. That's just me letting you know I'm the CEO and founder. Next. So these are some of the people that have supported us. Next. And of course, Cherie Renee Thomas has supported us from the very, very beginning. And we've had other great people who have supported us. I heard someone say Reginald Hutland. His brother is Warrington Hutland. They both were directors of House Party. So he's another great supporter of us. Next. And Tim Fielder, of course. So definitely we have been making different types of community impact. So I'm proud about the social justice part because that's just always tugging at me. We need I need it's like I'm slapping you, but I don't want to slap you too hard. Just like I want you to pay attention to this. And I'm just doing it real quickly. That could be my Tai Chi training too. Next one. Okay. Next I was trying to get to the video one so you could just see a little bit video of us. So that's, the blurred experience when you come and you become a blurred when you come to us. Next one. That might be the video. Let's see if we could play it. Yes, that's I wanted y'all to see that. So as soon as you click it, it'll go to YouTube. And if you could play it, that would be my last one. When you click on the cosplay. Well, maybe not. So let me cosplay for you right now. We're good. So just looking forward to building with City Tech. There's some student clubs that are partnering with us. I'm excited about it. I think it's called Immersive Art and Design. So it's gonna be some immersive experiences at Blurred City. So we have the anime and manga club joining us, so it's really exciting to see that we also having a student population also starting to be a part of Blurred City. So thank y'all so much for letting me let y'all know about Blurred City. Yeah, she is. I was like, wish the video could play, but it's all right. You could just Yes. So on social media, we're IG, Facebook, Twitter, but mostly on IG. If you want to personally send me a message, we're under Blurred City, BLERD City. So follow us, support us on different many levels, getting a ticket. If you could volunteer, there's certain skills that we need, so let us know and come on through. We also show films too. So yeah, just come and just have a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Clay.
That Clarissa, that was a great presentation. And you just bring to mind what I heard a Black woman say recently. The system is doing what it's designed to do. It is designed to kill us. When you talked about Black women's health, I know a few years ago, I haven't begun, maybe one of you knows, I did not know so many Black women were being impacted by fibroids. And it's and I can't get a definitive answer why that is. Maybe hypertension, or as Yatasha alluded to earlier, a certain type of nutrients. But the system is doing what it's designed to do: kill us. And we need to just start saying that through education, healthcare, whatever. It's doing what it's not failing. It's doing what it was designed to do, to destroy us, to make Black men and Black women try to hate each other and all. It's doing what it's set up to do. And I think, and until we just start saying that out loud and bringing that to the awareness, no, the system is not failing. It's doing what it's designed to do. And I think the Afrofuturists, we need to just start saying that, and then that will make people say, okay, we need an alternative system, because you cannot reform a system that's been designed to kill you mentally and physically and spiritually and psychologically. It cannot be reformed.
100%
Thank you.
correct. And that's what we were talking about, the experimentation on Black women. And Sheree let me know, like, the years. I never equated that they were doing that for like during slavery time, when the quote unquote master had to get rid of the baby that they was raping the female with. They would go to a certain doctor, and that doctor would perform an abortion on them. And
Mm.
that's what any anesthesia. And then there's that other doctor that did all that experimentation on us without any anesthesia. And you're like, um, and you wonder why I give you an attitude when you see me. You've done so many things. It's in my DNA to know not to trust on that level, because you've done so much to me medically. And that's it. It overwhelms me, because the attack on us are on so many different levels. I was talking to my father, and we came up, our food is attacked, our water is a attack, our air is attacked. And then my father added this one, and then it has always stuck with me. He said, and medicine. I said, oh, yeah, daddy, you're right. Because either you get the medicine or you don't get the medicine. You either get the top medicine or you get the bottom medicine. If you get the bottom medicine, as my grandmother said, oh, you talking about my people. You done did something wrong. So if you get in the bottom medicine, they're not trying to cure you. So yeah.
And Clarissa, you are so right. And that went in the Cold War. When I was in the Marine Corps in the Cold War, we found out after the training, they put chemicals in our food to tamp down our aggression, even when we were in training, from Recruit Depot. And then we get told, um, I think I was a couple years in, and we were told, because I ended up with a special unit on the USS Blue Ridge, and I was told by a senior person, oh, yeah, the way we've conditioned you, you are going to be, we've psychologically conditioned you where there are certain types of um, opportunities you will not be able to take advantage of for a couple years until after you get out, the way they've conditioned you. And I mean, but yeah, they put chemicals in our food, even in the military, that we don't know what the long term aspects of that are going to be. And of course, the generation, your father's generation, with the Agent Orange and all that other stuff that's just ripping through our bodies now. And so we've already been chemically altered in this society. And yeah. So yeah, thank you for just illuminating that more. And plus, I'm grateful for the work of Harriet Washington, bringing out that, and the race science is coming back. We got a person running for president now saying they worried about their genes being messed up, by darker population. Yeah. So
Yeah, it's a lot. And the fight is on so many different levels. And it is like you get overwhelmed. Because I was watching last night, even though I went to bed, I quickly got onto IG, and there was someone that said, if Harriet was here today, would she shoot you? I was like, that one took me, because Maurice Smalls is a director. He has a short film where he brought Harriet Tubman to present time, and was saying, like, she was disappointed in the people as to what she was seeing. But the way that person said it would it made personal, like, the decisions that you're making, are you affecting our people today? You. I was like, wow, that was powerful. Yeah.
mm.
Anything else? Thank y'all.
Well, I want to thank you all so much for gathering today on a Saturday and coming from your various places, various homes and institutions to gather and talk with us. Well, appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. Imhotep, thank you so much for welcoming us to this wonderful space. I know you got a grand opening happening around the corner. I got a sneak peek. It's beautiful. This space is beautiful, and this is where the action happens.
Period, I think Ujima, grand opening of our facility here at Alchemy Community Wealth Building Center. Drop on in on it physically or virtually. Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. That was one question was about the uh the ethics. What do you think of what we can do to address the ethics of AI? I know that you said that the Latimer project is going to digitalize the 300 dissertations coming out of the Africology department at Temple University. Are those questions that you all have already explored, and et cetera?
Yeah, the Latimer, Dr. Asante made an arrangement with Latimer to have access to all the dissertations that the department has produced the last 30 years to be incorporated into Latimer's AI project. There are three now sets of ethics in regards to AI now. There is the one that Alondra Nelson, who's an Afrofuturist, who's one of the founding thinkers of it, worked out with the Biden administration that they posted last year. The European Union is a little bit further along. They've gotten a little bit more granular in terms of artificial intelligence and ethics. And then recently, the United Nations, with their Summit of the Future and their Pact for the Future, has their own set of ethics. And so there you have three big supranational entities that have put together what should guide us in terms of artificial intelligence and ethics. And then I guess it's going to get more granular in terms of how that's adopted down at the community level. My sense of it is I would tell people to research what Singapore is doing, because say, for instance, we still got these Black communities that are still, when you think of Mound Bayou, Mississippi. So in my Afrofuturist mind, I'm thinking of how does Mound Bayou become like a smart town in terms of AI and how it augments Black populations in all these predominantly Black communities we got scattered across the country, adding another layer to what that Project Walter is talking about. So we end up, you can say, a trend going all the way back to the colored convention movements into these municipalities. And I definitely see AI, we could have are augmented as smart communities that help us deal with, climate and migration and all these other issues with these apps, and as a self-defense thing. And as we know that even the Biden administration said that white nationalist groups were a security threat. And so these apps I think probably need to be augmented within the communities fairly quickly. Civic society needs to have workshops on them. And as I mentioned, the number one target that was mentioned at the UN, they are going to target Black women populations within 12 months with artificial intelligence information.
Hey, Doctor, quick follow-up question. You had earlier in your presentation, you mentioned Thomas Freeman's work, but there was a sister, I didn't get quite her name of an article or a book you recommended. We also add to our reading list.
Sophia Noble's Algorithms of Oppression.
No, there was another one. I remember that one.
She's at UCLA, and there's a group of Black women who kind of pioneered looking at this. Sophia Noble, the sister that's at Princeton, Ruha Benjamin, and there's other sister who had to leave. I think she left Google, that talked about what was happening. And it's all in the interest of, and that's why I mentioned the term techno-autocratic capitalism is coming in swiftly. And that's really what Elon Musk and others are trying to bring in by merging a certain type of information data driven platform controlled capitalism in conjunction with autocrats, that is going to be even worse in some aspects as capitalism. One example, as certain types of work disappears, there's now a model emerging where some people, their job will be to allow companies to harvest data from their dreams. And we know that a lot of our people, I'll just use the Old Testament example from the book of Genesis 25. A lot of our people will sell their birthright for a bowl of stew, you know, and they will straight up do it because they have no knowledge of self, they have no sense of agency. And so we are going to literally kind of have zombies walking amongst us that look like us because they've sold their dream birthright, their dreamscape, even just for a bowl of stew. And we just have to acknowledge that everybody who look like us ain't gonna be with us over the next several years because of this, and they're going to probably be more in the grip of this combination of biotech, pharmaceuticals, and techno-autocratic data platforms.
Those references, are they in your slideshow, or is there what? How can we get it? We can get those to me. Thanks. Hey man, I appreciate y'all. Great.
Thank you. So yeah, we'll get we're creating an Afrofuturism resource, which will include the links from some of the presentations that happened today. They were quite extensive, so that's a amazing treasure all by itself. Thank you so much, Dr. Anderson. Thank you, Clarissa Clay, for especially your last comments. Definitely check out Harriet Washington's Medical Apartheid, where she goes into detail about J. Marion Sims and his unethical experimentation, medical experimentation he was doing on enslaved Black women, literally going to the markets, buying people to experiment on, including 18-year-old Lucy and Betsy and Archiva. I think I'm probably saying her name wrong, but I think it's Archiva. Bettina Judd, Professor Bettina Judd, and poet, has also written a volume of poetry on the topic, and there are others as well. So yeah, and the Mount Sinai removed the statue of J. Marion Sims, who was considered at that time the father of gynecology. He used that research on Black women with no anesthesia to create what is the staple of gynecology today. Let us leave on a positive note.
Yes, I know. I was thinking that.
Thank you, Natasha. Yes.
No, I just wanted to say, I was like, oh God. Like, there's got to be something else. No, but just to add, I think people should be very excited about the fact that a lot of people are connecting to Afrofuturism and these ideas and being informed by their imaginations of what a future is or what it can be. And that's changing the decisions and the things they're saying today. So that I think is really special. It's a lot of communities, a lot of people working together, doing the kind of work that the Institute is doing, and more, and creating, and there's a synergy and conversation with it. So the tide is on your side, I guess is the way I tend to be the sunny side up person. But I think this idea of taking that
Actually,
healthy whole
Natasha is
imagination.
actually Natasha is the house music dancer. You ever see her on the floor and when she's doing oh, get out, wow, get out the way, get out the way.
That would be correct. And maybe that's the source of joy. More dancing. More dancing in the future.
Positive joy, energy. So thank you all so much. This has been fabulous. I would love for you to support Kefra's work in the community. You can go to kefra.org. You can donate. You can donate one time. You can donate 10 times. You can donate monthly. It goes to support all of the 24/7, 365 days a year work that they do here. And also we can bring you more programs. Last words from the great people.
Well, you know, guys, you welcome to join us anytime. We got a retreat house, don't we, Miss Fair?
Yeah.
And we can put you guys up, you know, every now and then, not all the time. But in support of the translocal movement, drop in on it physically also. Donate.carepa.org. And I know you guys with the big ballers, you got friends that's concerned about capital gains. We also take in a position to take other kinds of resources. So cut your tax costs for you big balls with big friends. Donate that.
Thank you, Maurice. You want to say anything?
You know, you the ultimate gangster. I just want to say that. Hey, man, you know, trust me, we're gonna make sure you don't come after you about the Wikipedia. So
Oh no, no, that's just the oral history of the journey. Oral history.
Yeah. I just wanted to just thank everybody for joining us this weekend. Oh man, just the wonderful resources that just our community represents. The intellectual knowledge, the what was it, the ancestral intelligence. This it's just, man, my brain is just spent from just sitting at the feet of all the intellects in this room and all the creatives and the power and energy of just what we can do when we start you know, reaching out and building together. So I'm excited about the possibilities and the things that's going to spring from this time together. So thank you, everybody.
Always got a community, and let us know your good news so we can signal boost and celebrate and help support it. Always let us know what your community need is, and if we don't know, we can ask somebody. We're gonna find somebody. Thank you. Have a great weekend. All right, we're going to go change because we got a fabulous fashion show to be a part of. The Afrofuturist fashion show and Afrocentric, because we will be Africans in the future. All right. Thank you. Look at y'all.
Take care, y'all.
Hey, Danian. That's my baby.